All right, hello and welcome everyone. Those of you tuning in bright and early, I greatly appreciate you as always. I'm sorry, I know I'm a couple of minutes late. I don't know if I've said this before. I think I have, but there's sometimes when I'm like sitting here for a little bit, I'll start listening to music, and sometimes I'll just get caught up in the music. So I'll be honest, that's sometimes why we're late a couple of times, because I'm like, oh, I need to finish this one song. But that's what happened today. But I'm excited for more Dragon Age tonight. I hope you guys are as well. Uh, I think it'll definitely be a fun time hanging out with you guys, playing some more Dragon Age. I'm very excited. Hope you guys are as well. It's lovely to see all you guys here tonight. And we get to go longer if we so desire. That'll be nice for sure. Being able to go longer is always a nice time. I mean, overall, I think now we can try to go longer. Welcome in, Flair. It's nice to see you and have you here. Don't feel bad for getting you. Thank you for understanding, Saint Eternius. That means a lot. Welcome in, Flair. Welcome in, Saint Eternius. Nice seeing and have both of you here tonight. Hope you guys are both well. And Flair, you are first today, unless you consider stream elements beating you. I don't. But welcome in, alright. It's nice seeing and have you here as well. Always lovely to see your face. But I'm definitely excited for some more Dragon Age. Hopefully we can get the stuff that I want to get done this episode. Because we had so much of a split focus last episode, we didn't get as much done as I would have liked. And I really did kind of want to go longer, but I did start feeling tired and things of that nature, so there's that. But I'm excited to get back into it. I hope you guys are as well. I know Final Fantasy VII was a lot of fun yesterday. Tough fights, but still fun. Like I'm having fun with all of the games we're playing right now. I do need to like actually sit down and grind Disgaea. I've just been very much brain off mode, and I somewhat need brain for that. Hey, Lord Power, thank you so much for joining the Frost Howlers. Welcome in. It's nice to see and have you here. How are you doing tonight? Sit back, relax, make yourself comfy and cozy in our little den. Flair's pissed at stream elements. Friday can't complain. How are things are going well over for me. Goodness gracious, I can't speak. I have I was getting into the music as I said, so you know there's that, and I have a cup of orange juice because I keep seeing, hey, we have orange juice in the house. I need to fix this. That's one thing about me is I love orange juice, and if I haven't been drinking it as much as I normally do this time around when we got it, because normally like when we get it, like we'll get like 2 gallons, and it'll be gone in like 2 days. It's really bad. I really really like my orange juice. I'm not gonna lie. It'll be gone. If you have orange juice, better keep it close, otherwise it will disappear. I can almost guarantee that. I'm bad with it. I'm definitely bad with it. But anyways, some more Dragon Age tonight. I'm definitely excited. Hope you guys are as well. Hopefully we'll be able to take care of all the quests that I wanted to get done and working on. I do think this Sunday I really do want to do Stardew. I've kind of been really wanting to play Stardew again, but and then maybe like if we need a week of something different, um, like like we can't do, like I won't be going like super long. Maybe I'll put up a poll and see if you guys are interested in a different type of game. That way we can take a little bit of a break from League. But if you guys prefer League over the other game, I'm not gonna be offended. And I'm only kind of like half like considering it, but we'll see. We'll see. But let's get into the game. We might do a huge lore reading today too, since we have extra time and whatnot. I'll be honest though, I am tired today. I probably stayed up way too late, I'll be honest. But I was having a fun time last night, I'm not gonna lie. Please reconnect controller. Don't tell me these batteries are just borked. I'm gonna bet these batteries are just borked. Which, I mean, playing games on my Xbox wired is not, like, the worst thing in the world, but it's also still... It's still annoying nonetheless. Right, we were in the Dark Spawn tunnels. Alright, alright. Let me go get the cable. I will be 100% transparent. I have used these batteries for a long time. But even and they're rechargeable batteries. But even still, which I know rechargeable batteries, they don't last forever. But even still, like, they just won't hold a charge anymore. It's, like, really bad. Or, like, it will take forever for them to attempt to get charged. Like, I think my Wii batteries are lasting longer than this. Now, granted, I don't play my Wii as much, but it's just heat batteries sometimes. I will be back momentarily. It sucks because I got all comfy and everything. Oh, great. I'm breaking everything. Screen wanted to flicker too. Yeah, I'm reconnecting. I guess we'll just have to play Xbox games wired from now on. Hope that I don't accidentally knock the cable too much. That really sucks too, because I was like actually like genuinely comfy. We love that. Controller's deciding not to want to connect, which may mean I need to get up again. It's an official stream. Yeah. I mean, technically, I guess, yeah, it is technical issues. I will say that's one thing about the Xbox controller I feel like I always have difficulty with is, I'm sorry, I know my chair is loud as hell. Um, when it's plugged in, it, when you plug it into directly to the controller, it never works. But if you plug it into the battery will, like, just stay alive. And I hate that. I hate it so much. Why do things have to be so complicated? That's my question. Thank you, Ara, for shouting out Flare. I forgot about that. Go check out Flare and Saint Eternius. Good guys. You'll enjoy their stuff. Ara, what would I do without you? I don't know if you watched the VOD yet yesterday, Ara, but I was losing my marbles. Of course, Flare, of course. I was definitely losing my marbles. It's like, this is why Ara is, like, always here to help keep me on track. Ara is good at things. I am not. every time, this may be like gross to admit, but like, I mean, it's not like crazy dirty or anything, but like every time I start stream and like we're playing a game, I start to realize, huh, I should really clean my monitor. And then I completely forget about it after. Like, it's not like crazy dirty, but it's got a few like things on it that could be cleaned up. But it's like something that I never think about until yeah, we do the floaty thing again. Something I never think about until like, huh, actually in here.
I shall do as you say.
It is also true. I just like legit personally forget about it during stream, so I like, unless I do it right after stream, which then I'm normally going or attempting to go to bed. Unless I'm like going to clean it right after, I just forget. I'm bad with that though. Quest updated. Let's see if there's any loot around. I like the shinies. Sad part is it wouldn't even be like difficult to clean the monitor or anything. Duncan's dagger, Duncan's sword. Can't go wrong with shinies, that is true. Can't go wrong with the shinies. We need to up her magic. So that way she can actually do stuff. Expert combat training? Yeah. Yeah. What do I want now? Cone would be good. Heal. The thing is, there's so many like magic things that it's like, oh, I want all that, and it's like I can't. I want more spells. I want all of the spells. Cone of Cold, though. Shock. I guess. Yeah, that would be your cone. There's some AoEs. It just also does depend. Duncan's sword. Might be best to give to Liliana. Although she can't wield it right now. 25 strength? Where's her strength at now? 18. I'll give her the dagger at least. And then I guess I'll take the sword. It's a hard decision. Because the family sword is still really good, even still. Kaylin's home.
That is the last of them. I only pray we can carry them as valiantly as he.
You need to up Alistair's strength, too. We need levels, period. Levels are good. In this economy? Yeah, I know, right? If only. Reminds me of the level I got in Fire Emblem where I got like no stat increase. I was literally so pissed. Yeah, those birds were cute. I thought the same thing.
Oh, they left him here to rot. We need to do something.
He's a royal blood and deserves a pyre.
He was a good man who hoped too much and died too young. He deserves what little honor we can afford to grant him.
I wish the blood would wipe off of us sometimes. Like, I get it, and it looks nice sometimes, but, like, there's also some points where it's like, I wish in this scene it just wasn't there. I feel like it should be, like, wiped off more, but it doesn't. Alistair approves, Liliana approves, Morgan disapproves. She probably disapproves because it's like, why are we doing this? It'll just attract the darkspawn. Alright, so we did not get a level up for ourselves. We can work on other side quests, I suppose. Say that's really our best bet. I like how my model... Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to... I like how my model thinks I'm angry sometimes. Excuse me. It's like I'm not. I'm really not pissed off. Oh, I haven't seen these. Ooh. Ooh, very fancy. Rest in peace, Duncan and Kaylin. Yes, yes, indeed. Soldier's Pass. That's our last DLC. We can tell what's DLC by what's gold. This is what I think it is. I don't think it's too long. Like, it's fairly simple and straightforward as well. Hello.
You'll have to forgive me if I seem a bit nervous. Not many people travelling in this part of Ferelden. Of course, that's part of my problem, isn't it? Mule got spooked by a wisp and ran off into the woods. Now what do I do?
Are you asking me to find your mule?
Oh, no, I sent the elf to do that. I wouldn't dream of asking a stranger to do it. Allow me to introduce myself. Felix de Grosbois, merchant and entrepreneur at your service.
Give me one moment, because I do want to reset. Model wasn't doing this before. But sometimes resetting it will fix everything. Let me just restart the program instead. Let's see if that'll fix it. Why not? Usually when I have to get up a whole bunch and whatnot, I feel like that's what messes up the model more, if you ask me. There we go. That looks better. Should be better. Emphasis on should. There we go. I'm Jesse. Pleased to meet you.
I don't normally take this route, but with the war, I was hoping for a bit of luck and good weather in the mountains. Sadly, I've had neither. Ugh, this trip has been one miserable disaster after another. I don't suppose you'd consider helping a fellow out?
What do you need?
Of all the other things that went wrong, the worst is this artifact I brought in Jada. It's a control rod, I'm told, for a golem. No point in me keeping it, however, as I'll never get to use it. But, maybe you could?
How much do you want for it?
Nothing. I just don't want to have to lug around something that might be taken for a gemstone by some bandit. To be honest, I don't even know if it'll be useful to you. I paid too much to simply throw it away.
What does a control rod, dude?
The dwarf I brought it from said it activates and controls a golem. So long as you have it in your hand, the golem does what you say. Might be useful, no? I mean, you look like the sort who could use one, yes?
What's the catch?
The catch? Yeah, I suppose it is a catch, isn't it? The catch is that the golem didn't come with the rod. It's supposed to be down in a village down south, waiting to be activated. Even if I could get down there, which I can't, I understand the place has been overrun by darkspawn. That's not such an issue for adventurous types like yourself, surely? Or I'm hoping that's so, at least.
How do I know this will even work?
The fellow I brought it from is a long-standing contact. He didn't want to come to Ferelden, however, with all our troubles.
Can't imagine
he
why.
said he got it from the man who owned this golem. But to be honest, I have no idea if it will work. Hence the low price. What do you say?
Well, I like free things, so why not?
Just as well. As I mentioned before, you'll find the golem down south, in a town called Honleath. I'll mark it here on your map. Just hold up the rod and say Dulaf Gar. That will wake the golem up, so I'm told. I hope it works.
And if it doesn't?
Maybe you could look up the fellow who owned the golem before. If he's still about, that is. Best of luck to you then. Now, I guess it's up to me to find that mule myself.
Interesting. Well, time to go get us a golem. Bum bum. Village of Honleath.
The Darkspawn have sensed us.
Yay, Darkspawn! I never liked this part.
Darkspawn!
Who else wants some? Yay, EXP. That's really why I'm trying to do this part too.
Very well. It is begun.
Shall be done.
I shall do it. Very well.
Hoping that some of these quests will give like a little bit more EXP then. Because I'd like to get Soldier's Peak
Very well.
before we go on any main quests. But I'm starting to think that might not be the case. Olaf's chest.
Can't do that.
Okay, we need a key. Where is a key? I don't know. Where would a key be? I don't know. Where is key? Why is key? Ooh, splint mail boots. I will take them. They will look nice up upon my mantle. That, or I can sell them. Or both. Both is good. Sell them, steal it back, sell it again. Oh, yay. More Darkspawn. Oh, Herlock Alpha, that'll be worth something. Morgan, since we don't have friendly fire, why don't you do that cone of cold for us? What's the DLC called? I don't know off of memory. They're all called different things. I'd have to look at the DLC page to accurately tell you. One's the Golem, one's Ostagar, and one's this, and then some of the others are post-game content. There's also, I think Feast Day Gifts and Pranks are also DLC, but I couldn't tell you for sure. I can't remember if it's DLC or a free update. Liliana, you had a good time.
What's next?
What's next? Oh yeah, there's plenty of DLC. Basket of birdseed. The basket's almost empty. Most birdseed spread around. Oh, I didn't get to see all that. I guess I didn't want to know. What's next? A warm bath with food and drink. You know what?
Right.
Too true. Too true. Bronze bloodied key. How much the DLC were? No. I don't think I ever bought it myself. I know for me,
What now?
I think they're also Olaf's prized Jeeves knife. I know for the longest time as a kid, I would just like pretty much game share with my dad, because he bought all the DLC, but I was too young to like buy stuff myself like that. And DLC was kind of still new when I was a kid, or at least to that extent. And ooh, a nice 50 experience points. That is nice, like that. Oh, I don't want to read the codex. There's so much that we have to read. Let's take a... Oops, wrong button. Wrong button. Will I ever learn what the right button is? Duncan's dagger's better. But if we run into someone else who is good with dual weapons, know who to give it to. But no, I don't know how much the DLC were. I think if you play it off of Game Pass, it's included with it, but I couldn't tell you for sure. Strange crystal cluster. Interesting.
What now?
Had the game got rid of it for someone wanting to buy it again. Oh, I would definitely
now?
recommend playing it. It's so much fun. We got some enemies up ahead.
Darkspawn. Slay them all.
Let's move a little closer so that way we can do our cone of
I
cold.
shall do it.
Yeah, that's nice.
Let's end this.
Lightning. Drain life. I should play like a mage one of these
I
games.
see. Be careful!
That'd be fun to do. Mind Blast. Arcane Bolt on somebody. Do it. Were they on the map? No. I saw one of their names through the door. Sometimes the game will do that. That's just because it's it does its funny things. Game is funny, does its tee-hee moments.
Is that all you've got?
Characters will also see enemies way before you will.
Poor bastard.
Like, I don't really ever find I get like ambushed and like I'm getting attacked without me knowing it. It's everyone just goes into combat. Charred corpse. Liliana got a level up. Blink Vellum. We need more cunning, damn it. But this will allow, first strike is an automatic critical hit or backstab. Why is it wanting my eyes to be closed? Hello. I'm not sleepy. Well, no, I am. It really thinks I'm sleepy. What the hell? Let's do that. Can she equip the super cool bow? Not yet. Yeah, like, see, like, there was... we can see that there's enemies up ahead. Because, the game just reveals
Just
that
like you wanted.
a little more than it probably should. But, you know, it's fine.
You would like something?
Can I only have one of those active at a time? What's the better one? Shield becomes nearly a fortress. Cost to reduce damage. The bonus to defense. Shield cover. Shield wall almost seems better. It probably is. But I do need to wait for it to recharge. And it's fine, it's not that big of a deal. Willem's Special Brew.
Shall be done.
Morgan, get in there. Cone of Cold.
No quarter shall be given.
Start casting spells on that asshole.
Run while you can.
Run while you can. Welcome in, Zeke. It's nice seeing have you here. How are you doing? You've gone blind? I'm sorry, Zeke. Should, maybe fix that.
I shall do it.
Going blind does not seem good. Not the greatest day. I'm sorry, Zeke. I hope your day gets better.
Now we get our hands dirty.
Liliana's getting overwhelmed.
Very well. Very well. It shall be done.
Okay.
Do something! Oh, it is too much.
I was about to say, Morgan, don't, like, die, like, right here. Seems like not a good thing. It's like a bad thing. Oh, maybe I should save. Whenever you get to see through walls like that, yeah, should probably save, huh? Ooh, glowing crystal. And because we hit save 20, we have to start saving back on save on our early saves, and we'll have to cycle them out. Ooh, it's a way to get out. Hello.
By the Maker, we're saved!
You weren't sent by the ban, were you? To save us?
I doubt anyone thought you were still alive.
I suppose I should be grateful that someone came at all, then. Thank you. But if you weren't sent by someone, why are you here? If you don't mind me asking.
Merchant told me about this place, actually.
A merchant? Why would a merchant... Oh. Think I see. This is about Shale, isn't it? I should have known. That damnable golem brought us nothing but trouble. My mother sold the rod years ago after it killed my father, and good riddance.
Killed your father? What do you mean?
My father's name was Wilhelm, mage to the Arls of Redcliffe and a hero in the war against Orlais. And what did he get? One day, my mother found him outside the tower, with so many broken bones she could barely recognize him. And Shale standing over him, just like it is now. My father deserved better than that. But if you really want to wake Shale up, well, it's yours now.
Is there anything else you can tell me about this call?
My mother never talked about it much. I was just a small child when my father died. Look, I know you probably have more important things on your mind, but I really need your help. I know you already saved my life, and I'm grateful, but my daughter is inside the laboratory. She was afraid and ran too far in before I could stop her. I don't know how she made it past my father's defense.
Did he scream?
One of the men tried to go after her. He was killed, but you could find her, couldn't you?
What killed this man who went after her?
There are defenses my father put down here to keep strangers out. I knew about the barrier, I had the key for that, but the rest of it, well, we never came down here. Ever.
How do you know she's still alive?
I don't, it's true. I'm terrified that something's happened to her and she's lying in there, injured. There are defenses my father put down here to keep strangers out.
That wasn't the right line, but okay. I'll see if I can find her.
You will? Thank the Maker! My father's laboratory is just past the next area, I think. She has to be there.
first, let me loot. Decades old letter. Ooh. Fancy. That's quite the trap. It's like, ooh. Wouldn't want to be the poor victim of that. Let's save a... No, we just saved. It's fine. Autosave. That was a good joke, though. That was funny. That was very clever. Ooh, Elfroot and Deathroot, my favorites. Yeah.
It is begun. As you say, it is begun.
Lesser Shades.
Very well.
Easy enough to work through. Dust Wraith. Yay, more experience points. Harvest Festival Ring, Remarkable Greenstone. Ooh, fancy. Trade Manifest.
It's done.
I need to head back to the surface.
Yes.
Head back to the surface and back to camp. Closer we to that level. Ooh, we're getting there. We're getting there. Hopefully we can get coercion. It's all I need and want. Thankfully, there's a little passageway that'll take us up to camp fairly easily. Can I not go back down this way? I know, now I can. It just won't be marked. Alright, so let's leave and then we'll come back after we spawn off some things. And then we'll be a little bit better. Gotta say, I love the feng shui of this area. The bodies hanging. Very nice, very nice. Really just ties the entire village is dead dynamic, you know? Let's go over equipment again. Is Sten wearing a mental resistance? Yeah, no. Let's see. Galen's helm. Short bow. No. What about my bow? Less range, but not bad either. Yeah, it's much better. Just in case I need to go ranged. That's better. So we'll give him that. And I don't have like a different shield for you now. Not yet.
If there's anything I can do for you, please, please tell me.
Will do. Let me see your work.
I'm sure you'll be.
Get rid of the enchanted dagger. The great sword. Short bow, long bow. The arrows and stuff are good to have. I don't think anyone's gonna actually use this. I'm gonna get rid of that. Repeater gloves. Hardened leather. That is better. But what would be better, those or the heater? Wait, 5 versus 1. This, what chainmail is Sten using? That's the question. Okay, it is steel. Okay. To be sure. Welcome in, Rogue. It's nice to see and have you here. How are you doing tonight? Studded leather. She would lose her bonus, though. I'll let her keep chainmail for right now. Maybe we'll change things
Something
up.
you
Welcome
need?
in, Shy Tomato Danny.
I'm
It's
sure
nice
I'll-
seeing and have you here. How are you doing? Might, like, switch her to leather later on or something. But right now, I'm doing alright over here. Thank you for asking. +2 to strength, dexterity, and attack. Warrior or rogue. Okay. Greater warmth balm. Get rid of that. Not really something I need or want. Don't have a lot of space, but there's a lot of things that I'm like, I don't really want to get rid of just yet. Thank you for the hug, Shy Tomato. It's nice to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Alistair? Oh god, please don't freeze after I just did all that.
Indeed. Blast and damnation.
Blast and damnation.
Indeed.
I love that. When you unselect her, she's just blast and damnation. Love that. I'm gonna save again to be on the safe side. I don't want things to happen. Things happening would not be good. It would be bad and sad. Oh yeah, me too. That's so good.
We have much to do and little enough time to do it.
Yeah.
What now? Think again. What now?
Nope.
Nope. Well, you're gonna do it anyway. Sorry to break it to you, Chief. You don't really get a choice in the matter. Alright, so hopefully we can pick up enough stuff on the way there. Hopefully it's like not too far in here or anything. God, I'm gonna have no space. I think I want to save here again. Because I think this is one of those things that it's like,
What do you mean you've never climbed a tree? Don't cats like to be in trees?
ah yes, this is exactly what I thought it was.
Oh look, someone's come to play. You have come to play, haven't you? We're playing a guessing game. It's better with more people.
That's true. Good, you're safe. Your father was worried.
Father? Oh, you can tell him I'm fine. Maybe he'll come and stay with us, too. Anyway, you should go if you're not going to play. Kitty finds you distracting.
Sure, let's leave. You can bring the cat.
I can't go. Kitty says she can't come, and I'm not leaving her. She'd be lonely.
You are so kind, Amalia. I would miss you dearly if you left.
Cat talks?
Of course, silly.
Talking is simple enough, once you know how.
Well, anything's simple enough once you know how. I don't think talking to this creature is safe, Amalia.
Oh, bug whistles. You're just no fun. I'm going to ignore you now.
Nothing you say will convince Amalia to go with you. She loves only me now. I am her friend, while you are just a stranger.
Stranger who finds you very interesting.
Oh, did you hear that, Amalia? I have another admirer.
That's because you're wonderful, Kitty.
I have been bound to this chamber for decades, cut off from all contact. It has been maddening. Release me, mortal, and let me have the girl. Let us return to her father and leave this place forever.
Don't you think he'll notice something out of place?
Mortals often allow themselves to be blinded by hope. They see what they wish to see. If the father hopes to see his Amalia alive and unharmed, perhaps he will.
I'll free you and you can have the girl.
No. I can hear it in your voice. You lie. You mean to deceive me. I will not allow it.
No! Kitty!
You will not take the child from me. She shall be mine forever.
Oopsies.
I think that's a corpse. Looks dead.
That went as planned. We're gonna just and that never happened. The child grew up fast.
Never climbed a tree. Oh, look. Someone's come to play.
We? Who's we?
Anyway, you should go if you're not going to play. Kitty finds you distracting. Kitty's clever. She says you want to take me back to my father, but I'm not going. She would be lonely.
You are so kind, Amalia. I would miss you.
Of course, silly.
Talking is simple enough, once you know how.
I don't think talking to this creature is safe, Amalia.
Oh, bug dog whistles.
Nothing you say will convince Amalia to go with you.
What have you done to
I
her?
have done nothing. I am all but powerless. The mage made sure of that, didn't he? I cannot leave this chamber. No, Amalia found me. After decades of isolation, her company is welcome.
Ah,
It seems we are at an impasse, so let me propose a compromise of sorts. Release me, mortal, and let me have the girl. Let us return to her father and leave this
Let you
place
have the girl?
forever.
You mean possess her?
That's such a crude way of putting it. I do not wish to harm Amalia. I merely want to see your world through her eyes. Is that so wrong?
I'll let you go, but you need to leave the girl.
But I do like this one.
I like you too, Kitty.
But if it means escaping this prison, I am willing to leave on my own. I agree to your terms. The mage's wards hold me within this chamber, and only a mortal may approach them. There is a trick to disarming the wards. I do not know. Perhaps you will succeed where the girl failed.
Oh, this is so exciting. Kitty is going to be free. I've always wanted a cat.
Welcome in,
and Kitty is
Trinetta.
so
It's nice
perfect
seeing
and
have you here.
pretty.
Alright, could we get a shout out? Thank you very much. Welcome in, Raiders and Trinetta. How was your stream? What were you streaming? Final Fantasy 16. How are you enjoying that? I've heard really good things about it. Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you who may not know me, I am myself a variety streamer over here. We play a lot of old school RPGs, but there's not a whole lot we won't play. So good. I'm happy to hear that. Let's see.
I like it when Kitty sings to me.
Got some story progress done. Nice. I'm happy to hear that. Story progress is always good. It's another goddamn slide puzzle. Love slide puzzles. They're my favorite. Ow.
Father doesn't like cats, but he never met Kitty.
Insufferable unless they're like the main character or something. That's a good question, Flair. It is a slide puzzle, Ara, and it's my favorite type of puzzle in the whole wide world. Not at all being facetious or anything.
Grandpa Wilhelm locked her up in this room. Isn't that awful?
Absolutely terrible, child. Ow, ow, ow. Bernie, hot.
He's my best friend.
Yeah, that's nice. We love slide puzzles. So fun. Not annoying in the slightest.
I was thinking about the sun, silly.
Yeah. I'm over here getting my ass roasted, and she's just like, the sun's pretty, you know? And it's like, yeah, that's nice, kid. It's like, really?
Tell me a story.
No. Why don't you help me with this slide puzzle? Huh? Oh, Lord.
Oh, it's a flower. Is it a daffodil? I like daffodils.
I like daffodils. Shut up. Ow, Bernie, hot. Can tell you a story. So mean.
I've always wanted wanted a cat, and Kitty is so perfect and
To
pretty.
take the pupper out. No worries. Please feel free to do your self-care and all that sorts of stuff, Trinetta. Thank you so much for swinging in and raiding in. Sorry, slide puzzle distracting, brain hurt, help, send help. Oh, Lord, oh, Lord, oh, Lord.
I was thinking about the sun, silly.
The sun's silly. I'm so bad at slide puzzles. She really is repeating herself. I need an up.
I like it when Kitty sings to me.
I need an up and a right. So let's see.
Tell me a story.
I don't like that story. God, I hate... The reason I hate slide puzzles so much is just because, like, I feel like, oh, I'm making progress. And then it's like, no. No, you're not. That's a good joke.
Kitty says Grandpa Wilhelm locked her up in this room. Isn't that awful?
Absolutely terrible. Okay, so that needs to stay there.
Kitty says Grandpa Wilhelm locked her up in this room. Isn't that awful? Father doesn't like cats, but he never met Kitty.
But he never met Kitty. I don't think that's how that works, kid. I think I'm almost there. Welcome in, Sir Chaotic. It's nice to see and have you here. How are you doing? Thank you, Ara, for the self-care package.
I like it when Kitty sings to me.
Hydrate, stretch, sitting up straight. Have one that goes like up. That'd be cool.
I've always wanted a cat, and Kitty is so perfect and pretty. Kitty is my best friend.
God, I hate this so much. Oh, did I do it?
Yes. I can feel the magic fading. Oh, I had forgotten how it feels not to be caged.
Kitty? What's happening?
A wonderful thing, my dear, for both of us.
And where will you go after this?
Anywhere. I have changed my mind. I like the girl. I do not think I will find another like her.
Oh, so I get to go with you after all?
No, I won't allow it.
I will take her anyhow. She is mine.
Kitty! You're scaring me! I won't let you inside me. I won't.
Careful. I think they've seen us.
Ow.
Make a preserver. Let's make this quick.
Morgan, cone of cold.
I see.
Start blasting Kitty. Drain life. Arcane bolt.
You cannot win.
Drain life.
It's a gotcha!
It's a gusha.
Very well.
Horror on Kitty. No, I didn't think that would work.
As you wish.
We win. Kitty's down.
'Tis too easy.
It's hard to please more. Did Morgan disapprove? I mean, you are definitely right. It is hard to please her, but there's ways to get around that. I like her though, even though she's one of those like characters like that wouldn't normally fit into one of my parties, but I like her so much that she's just a perfect part.
I shall do it. It is the
Like I said, this is my favorite like party combination in this game.
I shall do
Oh.
it.
Yes, more experience, please. Although I would kind of appreciate it if these shades were a little more whatchamacallit.
You did it! You freed her! Thank you so much!
I'm sorry I ran away, Daddy. I was so scared.
It's all right, Butterfly. You're safe now. All the bad creatures are gone. You'll need a phrase to activate, Shale. It's Doolan Han. I wouldn't want the thing, but it's obvious you can handle yourself just fine. Now we should go, and quickly. Thank you again. We owe you our lives.
You're welcome. Can you give me experience points? You're apparently fucking not. Apparently, I'm too good for fucking experience points. +2 to all attributes, +3 to armor. Yes. It's much better. Because this one's just damage. Morgan can equip the fucking barbarian helmet. That's funny. It's funny what, like, mages can equip. To me, at least. Alright. Well, hello. Continue.
It looks like a golem, doesn't it? An actual golem, and not a statue at all. I wonder how it ended up here, of all places.
On closer inspection, you see that the statue is in bed with numerous crystals. Some of them cracked, it may be of dwarven make. Doolan Han, activate the golem. We could have interacted with him before, but it just does nothing.
I knew that the day would come when someone would find the control rod. And not even a mage this time. Probably stumbled across the rod by accident, I suppose. Typical.
Typical. Hello to you too.
I stood here in this spot and watched the wretched little villagers scurry around me for, oh, I have no idea how long. Many, many years.
Oh, you poor dear. That would be really, really boring.
And the villagers had no idea they were being watched. Creepy.
Then one wonders that you wouldn't be grateful to the one who allowed you to stretch your legs, Gollum.
Another mage, I see. Charming. I was just beginning to get used to the quiet, too. Tell me, are all the villagers dead?
Not all of them, no.
Some got away, then. How unfortunate.
You didn't care for them, I take it?
Familiarity breeds contempt, as they say, and after 30 years as a captive audience, I was as familiar with these villagers as one could possibly be. Not that I wish their fate on them, no. But it did make for a delightful change of pace.
Fair enough, I guess. Watching the same thing for 30 years is kinda... I get it. Did you watch the attack?
Not as much as it would think. There was running and screaming, and then days and days of watching the Darkspawn prowl around. I would never have thought there could be something less interesting than the villagers, but there it was. Well, go on then. Out with it. What is its command?
Do you have a name?
Perhaps. I may have forgotten after all the years of being called Gollum. Gollum, fetch me that chair. Do be a good Gollum and squash that insipid bandit. And let's not forget, Gollum, pick me up. I tire of walking. It does have the control rod, doesn't it? I am awake, so it must.
Is something wrong?
I see the control rod, yet I feel... Go on, order me to do something.
Fine, attack Alistair.
Hey!
And, nothing. I feel nothing. I feel no compulsion to carry out its command. I suppose this means the rod is... broken?
Shouldn't you be happy about that?
I suppose if I can't be commanded, this means I have free will, yes?
Alistair
It is
disapproves 100.
simply, what should I do? I have no memories beyond watching this village for so long. I have no purpose. I find myself at a bit of a loss. What about it? It must have awoken me for some reason, no? What did it intend to do with me?
I don't intend to do anything with you.
Ah, how unexpected, yet refreshing. I suppose I have two options, do I not? Go with it or go elsewhere? I do not even know what lies beyond this village.
What do you want to do?
I watched this village for so long, unable to move or act. My memories of anything before are vague at best. So I have no idea what I want to do. I'm glad to be mobile. Is that not enough?
Are you gonna keep calling me it?
Yes, very likely.
Fair enough. Killed your former master?
Did I? I remember that I had a former master. The mage with the furry brows who poked and prodded and barked orders. Did I kill him? I hope I did kill him. Perhaps the last order he barked was, Gollum, stop crushing my head. Ah!
Noticed you didn't call him it. I like a little bloodthirst.
Yes, I'm just funny that way.
You're welcome to come with me.
Are you you certain you want to bring that thing with us?
Oh, Alistair, you worrywart.
Dangerous and large.
Thanks for stating the completely obvious. Think of it as a portable battering ram.
Good point. Better it than me, anyhow.
I will follow it about then. For now, I am called Shale, by the way.
That's supposed to be a joke. Is that your name or what you're made of? I'm Jesse, pleased to meet you.
This should be interesting.
And he is a DLC character. But he does join our party. Level up! Oh, Alistair just approves one. Probably because we told it to attack him. Oh, Alistair will be fine. Let's see, what do we have Alistair do? Oh, it's fine, Aura. 1 point is not bad. Sometimes making the jokes are worth it. Alistair will get over it. Level up time! Go a couple points into dexterity. I'll throw one into cunning. Coercion! Field tactics. No. He still needs more strength. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. So hopefully we can go and convince Sophia. But it's really not that big of a deal that Alistair disapproves. I find it more funny that he did. He's probably just more, like, concerned with how, like, overall that was, like, where it ends up. I mean, to be fair to Alistair, having a giant golem is a little scary in a way. But Shale's good. We like Shale. Let's head back to the party camp. So we'll definitely want to take a look over Shale and even talk to him a little bit. Let's see. We do have some equipment for him too. So he starts out with no equipment, but you can give him whatever. So we have flawed fire, ice, lightning, and natural. I think I'm going to give him ice, though. Large chipped spirit crystal. Spirit resistance, fatigue 22. Fire crystal. We don't have an ice crystal, though. And he is a warrior, but he's also a golem. Do you not have... Okay. Oh, he only has so many abilities. Guess I've never really noticed that. I think that's one of those things that, like, once he gets to max level, he automatically unlocks everything. Where is he? Hello. There you are.
I see it found some augmentation crystals. I was not even aware it knew about them. Well done. So, what does it think? They don't make me look any wider, do they? I find them already too wide as it is.
No, they're quite slimming.
It must be the vertical pattern it put them in. Did it know to do that? It must have. I think it should find some more as soon as possible. I want to glitter from ear to ear, so to speak.
Oh, he loves it. What's with the heavy sighs?
Oh, that. Merely reflecting on the hopeless nature of the task in front of it. The most likely outcome is that it and its companions will become a stain on some rock for the Darkspawn to tread upon. I shall be moved to a single tear by the tragedy.
For the rock, not us. The crystal changes. Yeah, it'll change color depending on what's equipped, and I think depending on how many rocks are actually equipped. I think they glow a little bit too. Oh, they do. I don't think I've ever realized that. Won't we be right next to your stain?
I think not. I am made of pure rock, skin to core. At best, I can become a pile of dust, but a smear I will definitely not leave behind.
Shale's queen.
Squishier
Welcome in,
things
Kendra.
like
It's nice to
itself
see and
that
have you
its
here. How are you doing
friends.
tonight?
What's that? Did it hear flapping wings? There may be pigeons nearby. We should be alert.
Oh, no. Well, I have some questions.
It doesn't have better things to do.
Are those crystals in your skin?
I like to think of them as accessories.
What do they do?
I suspect that it is an art that was practiced when golems were more, commonplace. My former master collected whatever lore he could find on the subject. He searched far and wide to collect what crystals he could and then added them. It is not an unpleasant sensation.
So they're decoration?
As I understand it, the crystals allow me to alter the flow of magic around me. Wilhelm had hoped to turn me into a battery of mana, something he could tap at will.
Do be careful of spoilers. We've only... We haven't gotten that far yet. We have not done anything main story-wise. We finished up Lothering, and that's it. No worries, no worries. Sounds like an excellent idea.
I'm so glad it thinks so. Some of the crystals increase the presence of mana, some absorb or reflect spells. There are various kinds. All I can promise is that should it ever find one of these crystals, I can likely tell it the function and what it would do if added to me.
Would you be willing to have more added?
Why not? I don't get to wear clothing and other adornments like the rest of you creatures after all. That answers its question, I assume. Unless it has more.
I love Shale. Told you killed your former master.
Did I not already tell it that I do not remember doing such? I remember having a master. My memories of what happened to him are vague.
I think there was a book made after the game, but I couldn't tell you for sure. I know one of my friends could probably tell you more. All I know of Dragon Age are the main games themselves. Vague, but not non-existent.
Clever and true. Oh, very well. Let me see what I can recall. My former master enjoyed experimenting upon me. I remember that much. There was tinkering with spells, and then the crystals. He was very eager to alter my function, I think.
Alter you? Why? You're fine as you are.
Flattery, and obvious flattery, too. I feel warm and fuzzy inside. He possessed my control rod, and back then, it would have prevented me from doing anything he did not command me to, no matter how I might have wished to. So what happened? I am unsure. He was experimenting, and then nothing.
So he hit the kill me button by accident. What do you remember next?
And then he was gone. I was standing where I was, in the village, and I could no longer move. The villagers came, poked and prodded me in fear, and then realized they could neither move me nor destroy me. So they simply left me. And in time, I forgot I hadn't stood there all along.
That must have been terrible. I'm sorry.
In fact, at first, I found it more of a relief. For so many years, I'd had to leap to that little toadstool's every command. Get this, pick up that, put it down, pick it up again. The gall! At first, I'd hoped he'd simply decided to leave me there paralyzed, an acceptable trade-off. After years passed, I simply stopped caring.
Sounds like you had to go rest.
I think I was ready to move on. Another few years and the moss would have covered my face. And then where would I have been? Whatever the mage did seemed to render the control rod useless, for which I should be thankful, yes? And provided it doesn't decide to copy his experiments, not that I would allow it, it is nothing to fear from me. Much.
Sounds good to me.
The things that it fights, and it fights things often, that is a different story. Let us get back to the walking and the fighting. My stone is beginning to itch again.
He approves 11. I have some questions.
It doesn't have better things to do.
How'd you up in Honolith, do you remember?
Oh yes, that I remember quite well. My former master, the Mage Wilhelm, he brought me. As I recall, he had acquired some position with whatever lord ruled the land. I, being little more than a glorified possession at the time, was brought along. Oh, how he enjoyed impressing the villagers with me. Gollum snarl at that villager there, be fearsome. And of course, I would have to do it.
But you remember anything before Honolith?
I traveled with the mage. He did a lot of traveling, I remember that. But where we went, it is rather fuzzy. I remember great battles, fighting many humans long ago. They were all very soft and squishy. And before that, No, there are only images. I was somewhere dark.
So how old are you exactly?
I have no idea. Wilhelm used to brag that the dwarves stopped making golems centuries ago. I do not age as you soft creatures do. Sadly, my memory is no better. Plus, I get bored and stop paying attention.
Understandable. I would have thought you'd enjoy scaring
I'd have
things.
happily stomped them all into paste, and then ripped down their little houses and stomped on them, too. In fact, after 30 years of watching them, I'd do it twice. What I didn't like was being ordered to do it. Dangled in front of those frightened morons like some scary thing. Once I was a statue, it took those villagers years before they'd even approach me. The first one to actually work up the nerve to touch me urinated himself. Ugh.
Oh, no, I misinterpreted that. So he just pissed himself. Didn't piss on Shale. Why were you out in front of the tower?
That is where Wilhelm kept me. He wanted me out in the open where I could be frightening like a scarecrow. I was supposed to watch for thieves. Pah! Plus, his wife didn't want me indoors. She said there wasn't room for me. Hag. I was once larger, 10 feet tall. Then the loathsome hag complained that I couldn't fit through the doors. So the mage had me shrunk down, shrunk down. Can it believe it? And she still wanted me out.
How does someone shrink a golem?
With a chisel. And a lot of nerve.
You didn't like this Wilhelm, I take it?
He did love using that control rod. Fondled it so much, his wife actually threatened to throw it in the lake. Ha! I would have liked to have seen that. Which reminds me, where did it find the rod? Did it pay a great deal for it?
Not really, it was quite the bargain.
So long as it realizes that I'm inexpensive and not cheap.
Interesting, I'm done asking
Good.
about that.
I was just about done talking about it. It does like to have a good chat now and again, doesn't it?
I do. Aww. Alright, so that's Shale for right now. We might use him from time to time. But
Yes.
let's go see if we can take... Please don't. Yes, reminding me to save is a good idea. We'll get to Soldier's Peak and then save. And then I think we can kind of get working on main quests. Like I said, worst case scenario, if we really need to, I can up everyone's approval and disapproval their approval meter very easily. Ooh, my sword's all red. Whose sword am I? Is it Duncan's sword? I don't remember it being red like this. It's like a crimson. I do like crimson. Alright. Let's see how well we can manage. Let's see. Let's see if we can convince our new friend. Yes, Sophia. I remembered her name, but sometimes it's funnier to refer to them as other things. Yes, Sophia. How are you today?
Step no further, Warden. This one would speak with you. This one is the Dryden, Commander, Sophia. All these things.
Grandmother?
You have slain many of the demon ilk to get here. This one would propose a deal.
Tell me about this deal.
You can't be serious. There's nothing left of Commander Dryden. She's possessed.
Your fledgling should mind its place. Meek, subservient, quiet. This one will answer your question. The Soldier's Peak traps me. This one sees so many tantalizing places in the Dryden's memories. This one would see the world herself. For me to be free, into the Old Mage Tower you go and destroy. In return, this one seals the veil. No more demons, no more enemies. Your peak would be safe. Just let this one go into the world.
Your behalf on Levi, telling me about Sophia Dryden.
This one knows all, but will only talk after the tower lies broken.
What exactly will you do if I free you?
This one will roam, this one will see, this one will feed. But without me, the veil will grow weaker. More demons, more misery. You choose just one of my kind, or many.
Or I make a deal.
Yes.
First, seal the veil, then I'll do my part, I promise.
This one smells the sweet stench of lies upon you. You seek to betray this one.
I have to look this up. Oh, so there was no point to that.
Your offer is accepted. Come, follow this one.
Damn it. No matter how much coercion you have,
The strands only stand between this world and home.
she won't be convinced.
So deliciously weak.
But it looks like there's other ways out of this.
The entire world should be as such. But this one will feed the veil, make it strong. My brethren will not make it easy. Are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Then we begin.
As you say, it shall be done. I shall do it. It is begun. Very well. I shall do it.
Greater shade.
Be done.
I do hate stuff like that, in all honesty, when it comes to games. Like, where it's just like, oh, that option is like, it makes you think, oh,
I shall do it.
I can convince this person, but really there's no convincing them.
It shall be done.
It's very misleading.
It is begun.
Too easy.
The last stretch. Much energy. Be wary.
I shall do it.
An order.
I shall do it.
For the Grey Wardens!
And lightning.
I am armed.
There we go.
And it is done. Your veil is strong. Now you go and do this one's bidding.
No more demons will
If
come
they are
through.
invited, they will come. But they cannot sneak through like the thief at night. You rejoice. This one laments. Yes, go.
Alright. So we just had to continue on anyways. Damn it.
Trap right ahead. Trap right ahead. As you say. It is begun. I shall do it. It shall be done. As you say. It is begun. Very well.
Let's finish this.
Morgan, don't step in the trap. Jesus. Easy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, indeed. Smash. Smashy smash. Morgan, go Cone of Cold again.
I see.
Blast and damnation.
Drain life. Winter's Grasp.
I see.
Winter's Grasp. Lightning.
Hey, watch it!
Watch it. Oh, Alistair. Ability notes. Research of the Mage of Avernus. They detail a series of experiment in terse clinical handwriting.
Day 32. The subject is not responding to the stimuli. Testing the pain threshold has uncovered nothing. Only 3 subjects are left. Day 82. If only I could reproduce last night's extraordinary success. Electricity is only a catalyst. The blood is the key. Day 97. Energy and blood. Repeated applications have duplicated the results. I conjecture that success can be induced alchemically. But there are no more subjects left. If only I had 1 more, or a dozen. The things I could do.
Noxious potion appears to be the culmination of Avernus's horrific research. Promises to unlock the hidden potential of the tainted blood you drank during the joining. Before I drink it, I want to make sure that it's, like, completely safe.
Ah, I was expecting someone, or something. Please, come in. It has been so long since I could focus, you see. But the rip in the veil has been mended.
The old Warden Mage, you're still alive.
Only just. I have only a short time left.
Careful. This man has dabbled in matters forbidden by the Maker. He may look frail, but don't trust him.
So the Maker told you that, did he? Short-sighted men have forbidden my research, not any god. Enough. Why are you here? What is your intent?
I want some answers.
To what questions, I wonder? Ask.
How have you survived these many years?
The Chantry foolishly forbids blood magic, but there are so many secrets to uncover. As my body decayed, I found ways to extend it. But that can only go so far.
Tell me about what happened here. To be or not to be?
What use would storytelling serve? The tyrant Arland is long dead, as is all our noble co-conspirators and the Grand Rebellion. Sophia's corpse may walk and talk, but she, too, is no more.
How was the Arland a tyrant?
He ruled with fear and poison, his treachery pit noble against noble in terrible battle. We thought him a monster. We gathered allies to rebel. The toll of years has erased our failure, hasn't it? It seemed so pressing then, but the kingdom lives on.
What happened to the rebellion?
Too many mouths to quiet. Even sorcery can only go so far. So we met with Tyrn Kuzland. With him on our side, we had a chance of victory. Instead, the King's Guard ambushed us. Commander Dryden and I barely escaped.
Kuzland's almost rebelled? That's my family.
Is it? You lost many family members that day. I saw the Tyrn's head on the meeting table, with an apple in its mouth. Arlen's butchers, no doubt, slaughtered enough Kuzlands to make them pliable.
You had to know that summoning so many demons was foolhardy?
Perhaps, but it was survival. For months, I prepared the summoning circles, researched the darkest depths of the Fade. That moment was a triumph of demonic law. Dozens of demons, called by my hand. But with so many variables, I suppose, calculation errors were inevitable. I was so close.
You're to blame all this. Some things you just don't do.
And who draws this line of what is safe, proper, or moral? The Chantry? Corrupt, mundane, pathetic little men? You? Embrace the core tenet of the Wardens, any means necessary to win.
Commander Dryden knew of the demons?
She gave the order. I would have summoned the demons anyway. Only under Wardens can true magical research continue. A chance to rediscover the secrets of ancient Tevinter.
You do remember how that ended, the Black City, Darkspawn?
Chantry lies told to subjugate the mages, to keep them docile.
How do you know the Chantry's wrong?
And how do you know they are right? Their faith would have you swallow a great deal for small comfort.
Sound proud of your actions.
My only regret is that it failed, and that I never had a chance to make Ireland pay.
I want to ask about something else.
Yes?
Sophia's great-grandson brought me here. Levi, go ahead.
Master Mage, sir, my family name has been worth less than dirt for over a century. Do you have any proof that Sophia was a hero?
The boy who braved the mists. So you heeded my call. Ha 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 ha, and you are a Dryden. The cosmos has a sense of humor.
Your call?
He was but a boy when he entered the tunnels below the peak. His heart pure, his character certain. In dreams, I gave him the keys he would need. He would be my deliverance.
Just answer Levi's question.
Your great-great-grandmother was the best of us. Brave, charismatic, fiery, utterly devoted to the fight. But still we lost. We fought against a tyrant, you know, so full of vigor then, so blind to consequence. But proof? There's none to be had.
I'm sorry, Levi.
I had hoped. But thank you, Warden.
What was the purpose of your experiments?
To stop the demonic tide, to correct the miscalculations of the past. Blood magic comes from demons. They could counter every bit of law I knew. But the Darkspawn taint, that is alien to them. And
Demons.
It has power.
Welcome in, Lament. What power?
The Wardens use it merely to sense Darkspawn. A triviality. My research has discovered so much more, hinted at even greater heights. This knowledge could not only save Soldier's Peak, with it the Wardens could grow even more powerful.
This is wrong. You're no better than the demons.
I have done what I must. But you shall be my judge. When you have what you need of me, I'll accept your judgment.
Want to ask you about something else?
Yes?
Time for questions
Certainly.
over?
It seems you are done here. With the veil mended, I would seek to continue my experiments in peace. Perhaps I could advance the Warden's knowledge one last time before age claims me.
No more dark research. Find humane ways to help the Wardens.
Without test subjects, without other materials, you would cripple my
Thank you,
efforts.
Seakeeper, for the hydrate. I have a
But
hydrate.
I will do what I
will
can
save in a moment.
this endeavor. I have little hope of discovering anything useful. But if I do, you will hear of it.
Save again. And thank you, Grim, for reminding me to save. We'll do a double save. Welcome in, Grim. Alright, could we get a shout out for Grim? How are you doing tonight, Grim? It is lovely to see you. Thank you for the self-care package. Shall hydrate, stretch. I am indeed sitting up straight. We're getting close to taking a good, long stretch break anyways. Oh, look at that corpse. How charming. Thank you for shouting out Rogue as well. I think we forgot to do that. So, good call, good
ready.
call. Tired, stressed. Ooh, I'm sorry, Grim.
Just like you wanted.
That's never fun. Hope you'll be okay, at least.
Progress is slow. So much theory, not enough facts.
And you're reeling? I'm sorry, Grim. Had to restart your while trying to fix it. Save the Disgaea kill count. Oh no, don't be sorry, Lament. That was entirely your choice to do. You're panicking really bad. I'm sorry, Grim. I'm doing alright over here, though, Grim. I hope everything goes better for you, though. And a hint of understanding. You have access to new abilities. I drank something that I probably shouldn't have drank, but this is fine. Power of blood. Warrior's own tainted blood spills in sacrifice, increasing movement speed, attack speed, critical hit chance for as long as this mode is active. However, the warrior suffers greater damage and continuously diminishing health. Warrior sprays tainted blood in order to knock back nearby enemies, which they may resist by passing a physical resistance check. Gush of blood, however, results in a loss of personal health. Not bad. It's one of those things out of, like, desperation. Could be a use. Alright, let's go back to Sophia. Hopefully she won't be mad. Hopefully she won't be mad that we told her no. No, we're not gonna kill him. She'll probably be mad.
This one rages! The tower still stands! The Avernus lives! This one is betrayed!
In no part of the deal did you mention Avernus.
You are an oath breaker! You are scum! Now you die!
We must not exhaust our supplies. Watch out!
That it'd be helpful if I could, like,
Run while you can.
hooray! Ooh, desired even. I never looted that.
You've done it, Warden. Soldier's Peak is safe again.
Compliment or an
That
insult?
old geezer Avernus deserves the gallows if you ask me, but people will do queer things to survive. But if he does the proper research, without the sacrifices and blood magic and all, maybe he'll turn up something good. But there was no proof to redeem my family.
Both. Both is good. Even if you had proof, Sophia's actions were damning.
I suppose they were at that. For so long, I was focused on the past, on answers. But I think I would have been better off had I stayed at home. Enough of that, though. I find myself at a loss. You've got a whole fortress now. I suppose I should start plying my trade again.
Where will you go?
I might use the peak as a base of operations. So many bandits about, but none would dare come here. Nice place to store trade goods. You, of course, will get a sizable discount.
Looks like we're done here. A demonic invasion thwarted, a warden base safely rescued. We do good work.
We did it.
Once my family comes, I might have some merchandise you could buy. Might.
Warden Commander gloves. Nice.
Well, my nephews will.
Well, my nephews will. Let's see. Warden Commander. Oh yeah, much better. And he can actually equip it right now. I believe, yeah, to an extent, Galen's armor is better. Found an old painting, one dating back to Commander Asturian's times. Perhaps Asturian history points to this. Ooh. Oh, a treasure chest. Ooh. Ah. We don't have the inventory space. Shadows. Reduces hostility. Give you that. I'll give you that. When you equip anything else anywhere? Oh. I guess I never gave it much thought to equip, like, gloves and stuff on Morgan. And boots. I guess that's not a bad idea. And gives her a little bit of fatigue. Yeah, that's fine. We can at least carry everything now. That's all that we need. Might be for Liliana. Healing effects received. All right, let's head home. Let's head back to camp. And then I think we can start getting started on main quests. I mean, I do want to pretty much turn right back around and come back here, because I think then we'll get some nice things. And that'll be good. Being able to do things is very, very good. To our party camp. Ben's ready for a level up. We'll see. We'll wait on it a little bit. Because that's the other thing too, is I don't want to like level people up and then be like, oh, well, this would be better on this person, that person. I'm sure we'll get some more friends along the way.
You and your friends are formidable folk.
Let's see. Get rid of that. I have no use for that one, that's for sure. Are you selling any of the enchanted crystals for us? No. Well, you can have some of these. I think I'm ready to just get rid of the barbarian helm. Some things I do need to keep in mind of, like, am I really going to keep X thing or Y thing?
Indeed.
And the answer will be no. But I have to, like, see what comes from things. Thank you, Juniper, for reminding me to save my game. I will be sure to do that in just a moment. Party storage chest. Ah, yes. So everything I want to keep, I can now throw in here. Because some things are good, and some things are like, well, do I really want that now, or do I want it later, or what am I going to do with some things? But it's much nicer than having to lug everything around. Heavy chainmail gloves, I'll get rid of those. And, like, all of this stuff gets to go in here, too. Part of our difficulty is the fact that we have so many, like, the gifts. I bought all the gifts up, and that really put a damper on our inventory as well. Some things I won't keep forever, but...
Welcome back, Warden. As you can see, we've been busy. Cleaned the place up a bit. Even my brother Mikhail came out of hiding. Never will you find a finer smith. Also, got some goods stored here that might interest you. Buy them now before my cousins move it all someplace else.
Did you tell your family about Sophia?
I thought about it, but I figured that it's not a bad thing to believe that you come from a line of lions, even if the truth is a touch more complicated. Our family's belief that we were wronged, it gave us strength to make something of ourselves.
What do you think of Sophia?
King Arlen sounded like a right nasty piece of work. Sophia was branded a traitor. She consorted with blood mages. But in spite of it all, I think she was a hero.
Well, that's fair enough. Eve looks a lot different.
We've a big family. When you were away, we all pitched in. Hard to believe there were undead, demons, and worse around here, right?
Well, my thing, Juniper, is I didn't see them back in the inventory when I tried to sell them back. So that's it's made me a touch paranoid because I didn't want them all to disappear in case I need to force people's stuff. That's why we went to Soldier's Peak first, and then we found out that we didn't need to. I mean, it's possible that they do respawn if you sell them back, but I wasn't positive. Maybe like it was something I had to leave and come back, but we'll see. Any trouble with Avernus?
Haven't heard a peep from him. Seems to like keeping to himself. But I keep telling the children to stay away from the tower.
I'd like to see your wares.
Certainly.
Wow. Shaper's Amulet. Charm of Still Waters. Iced Band. Just pick these up, because why not? Healing items, not bad. Thank you, Shy Tomato Danny, for the self-care package. I do appreciate that. Hydrate, stretch, sitting up straight. Greater warmth. I've never really gotten into crafting like that in this game.
You? You're the warden? My family owes you. Any weapons I make, I will sell you for a discount.
You're Levi's brother? Not much of family resemblance.
I have a family full of traders living a soft life, getting fat. I chose to learn the way of metal and stone. It keeps me strong.
You're a weaponsmith, then?
Indeed. I have spent my life studying steel, dragonbone, and more. I learned all I could in human lands, and exiled dwarves taught me more. Give me the finest metals and materials, and I can make wonders for you.
Can I see your wares? Silverite, battle axe, verdium, silverite. Yeah, so he gives us access to like some pretty late weapons. You like this blacksmith? He is pretty neat. I'll give you that. Studded helmet. Hardened. Reinforced. Silverite. Grey Warden helmet. Red steel. Inscribed. So this is like access to some pretty like later equipment, but it's still very, very nice. Good to really getting us equipped to where we want to be. But there will also be other and better equipments as we go on too, so there's that as well. More again. Let's give her... Put her magic up even higher. I'm going to give her sleep. Because if we can do sleep, then horror, that's quite the combo. Provided people aren't getting hit. I do want to take a look inside here. If it'll let me. Does not look like it. seems like I'm locked out. Well, I suppose that's fine. But now we have a storage chest that we have. Alright, let's head back to party camp. Stretch. And then I do think I need a good stretch break before we continue on. Let me see a couple of things real quick. Because now we have to start doing actual main quests, which will lead to more side quests and things, but that'll be where we kind of start. There's something I wanted to check here. No, I don't think it's here yet. What did I want to check then?
If there's anything I can do...
Do you got anything for me, my friend? No, you don't. Saddened. The spell ward. Oh my god. That's pretty good. It's expensive as hell. But does give me a couple ideas, not gonna lie. I'm debating on cheating gold in this game. Not that need to, but it's not necessarily a bad idea. I don't find myself like necessarily having like a gold problem. I don't necessarily spend my gold like that. But we'll see, we'll see. It would just make things like super smooth and easy, in my opinion. But we'll see, we'll see. I will be back momentarily. I do want to give us a good stretch break. It's been about a couple of hours. And I do think we'll continue on for another little bit when we come back. Of course, Ara, no worries. Thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate it. I'm sure you had a long day. I know I definitely did as well. Well, not even a long day, just stayed up way too late last night. But I will be back momentarily. Sit tight, everyone. And good night, Ara. Please sleep well. Have a lovely rest of your night. Alright, sorry about the delay, everyone. I am back. And I think we are ready to get back to the game. As for what we're gonna do next, I'm not entirely sure. I was gonna say let's do a lore reading for the rest of our time, but I don't really feel like doing all that much right now. I'll be honest, my throat's also felt weird like the last week. Probably like just like some minor bug or something. But like not like to the point where like I can't talk or anything, but like also welcome and stuff. I'm sorry. I just saw your message. Silly me. But like we would have a lot to read. Or you know what? Goodness. Oh Lord. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Controls. Don't really need this section. We can get rid of that. Trying to think, do I really want... We do have conversation history. Or maybe I was thinking about, whatchamacallit. A different game. Ah, here's all the downloadable content. Never mind, I can tell you, Ara. Not that you're here, but... Return to Ostagar. Warden's Keep. Blood Dragon Armor. The Stone Prisoner. Golems of Amgrak. Golem's Might. And... Golem's Might for Awakening. Dragon Age Awakening, which is a new campaign. Interesting. Feast Days Gifts. Feast Days Pranks. 2 types of gifts to let you apologize afterwards. By making your companions despise you. I accidentally clicked off of it. My apologies. I didn't know that it listed all of it right here. Witch Hunt. Witch Hunt is Witchcraft. Interesting. Some of these are a little spoilery because we won't get to them until later. But now the question is, what do we do with the rest of the episode?
Indeed.
Indeed.
Izzy Wolf. We're not quite ending yet, Juniper. But if they're still alive, then yeah, we can go there. I'm kind of torn on what I want to do. Just jump in early. No, that's fine. If they aren't live when we're done. Because my idea is to go on for... I'm thinking about it. I do want to kind of go longer tonight, but I almost feel like it's not a bad place to stop either. But I feel bad to like stop right after like a stretch break. Welcome in, Casey. It's nice seeing have you here. How are you doing? You know what? Let's go visit Flemeth. let's go see her, talk to her, see what's going on there. And then maybe we'll do a little bit of lore reading or something. Thank you for the posture check. I am indeed sitting up straight. Now, should be going another 2 to 3 hours. Okay, that's good to know. No, we're not ending quite yet. I'm just trying to figure out where I want to stop today. God, these wolves are so smart. They set up so many traps for us. Liliana's dead. Oh, God.
I shall do it.
They really like Alistair. That's crunchy. Yeah, that's more what I mean. Is I'm just trying to figure out where
I am ready.
Where I want to be done. What's the other one?
Of course.
So not necessarily like ending like now, but I'm not gonna say that we're gonna be like live for like the next 2 hours either. Completely. I think we'll at least go another half an hour at least. Because like I said, I do want to go see Flemeth. As well as do some other things too. Warning, wolves frequent this area. Oh, really? Traps laid for wolves. Oh, really? Well, I just disarmed them all. I think lore reading could be good for us, though. Flemeth? Flemeth, where are you? Flemeth? Flemeth? Where'd you go, Flemeth? Are you in here? Welcome in, Darius. Nice seeing have you here. How are you doing tonight?
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. Let's give a shout out for Darius. Welcome in, Darius. Nice seeing have you here. Hope you're doing well. Could have sworn. Ah, well. Party camp. Maybe check in with some of our party members that we haven't checked in on in a little bit. I think that's a good idea.
What do you need?
I'd like to ask you
Ask
something.
away.
Tell me about the Grey Wardens.
Such as they are.
We have no more questions.
About the Grey Wardens, anyhow. Fair enough. What do you need?
I'd like to ask you
Ask
something.
away. I already said I wouldn't.
Just making sure.
Yes?
I'd like to talk.
Well, here I am.
You are a traveling minstrel. Do you have tales to share?
Of course I do. I love stories far too much to keep them to myself. Everyone should be able to benefit from them, I think.
There was another story I wanted to hear.
Which one?
Thought of it just now and
It will
slipped,
come to you soon, I'm
slipped
sure.
my mind. Darkspawn.
Chantry lore says it is man's pride that created the Darkspawn. In ages past, the mages of the Tevinder Imperium ruled much of the world we know. In their pride, they thought their magics invincible and imagined that they were greater than the Maker himself. So thinking, they invaded his golden city, planning to take it for themselves and depose their own creator. But they were impure and full of sin. And it is with the sin that they tainted the golden city, corrupting it forever. The Maker cursed them and cast them from his sight. Wherever they went, they spread the taint of their sin. Any land that was touched by the taint became blighted and would suffer no life. Instead, the Darkspawn arose to torment us and remind us of our hubris.
Let's just move on. Let's see. Sten?
Yes.
I want to discuss something you mentioned.
Speak, then.
It's enough
Then
for
I
now.
suggest we move on. As you
Go.
will.
What do you wish of me?
Like to ask you something.
If you must.
Can you teach others to become shape changers?
I cannot teach you, no. But any other mages that cared to learn, yes, I could do that. Send whoever you wish my way, and I shall teach them what I can in the camp, provided they possess the will to even make the attempt.
So it does look like our party doesn't really have anything else to say right now. Probably need to build affinity with them. Which, I mean, we could rush it, but I don't really want to. Yeah, we're, like, barely, like, friends with a lot of them. Morgan just barely friends with us. I guess we can go over levels. Well, we got a lot of points for him. Dog. Let's see, let's see. Then needed a level, right? Yeah. Let's give it to strength, he'll need it. Shattering blows. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Alright. Liliana's close to another level up. That'll be nice. Give her some more dexterity. Let's see. I think I normally go Templar for myself, but what did I choose to go? I think I went Berserker for myself. Yeah. Something different, and because Alistair goes one thing in one path, I figured why not explore a little bit of a different path? Because you can't beat everything, unfortunately. I would love that. I wish the level cap wasn't 25 in this game, honestly. It's a little higher in Awakening. But that's like way later. Which I don't know if we'll play Awakening right off the bat after, but we will see. We will definitely see for sure. Let me check something real quick before I decide. You know what? Let's go. I think that's the best way for us to do lore readings is we have the time now. Otherwise, we're not going to do it. I just know myself because I'll get distracted. But now is definitely the time to like start getting into it. At least start, and then we can maybe pick it back up and go from there. Alright, let's go for creatures. Abominations. We arrived in the dead of night. We have been tracking the Maleficar for days and finally had him cornered, or so we thought. As we approached a home on the edge of the town exploded, sending splinters of wood and fist-sized chunks of rocks into our ranks. We had but moments to regroup before the fire rained down from the sky, the sounds of destruction wrapped in hideous laughter from the center of the village. There, perched atop the spire of the village chantry, stood the mage, but he was human no longer. We shouted prayers to the Maker, and deflected what magic we could. But as we fought, the creature fought harder. Saw my comrades fall, burned into the flaming sky, or crushed by debris. The monstrous creature, looking as if a demon were wearing a man like a twisted suit of skin, it spotted me and grinned. We had forced it to this. Came in with great timing. You love lore. Yeah. I decided what better way to kind of like start winding down from today's episode is just going for lore. Otherwise, we're not going to get to it. But welcome in, Just a Humble Bee. It's nice to see and have you here. How are you doing tonight? We shouted prayers to the Maker and deflect. Oh, wait, I already read that. Wearing a man like a twisted suit of skin spotted me and grinned. We had forced it to this. I had realized the mage just made his pact, giving himself over to the demon to survive our assault. Transcribes from the tale told by a former Templar in the Cumberland 884 Blessed. It is known that mages are able to walk the Fade while completely aware of their surroundings, unlike most others who may only enter the realm as dreamers and leave it scarcely aware of their experience. Demons are drawn to mages, though whether it is because of this awareness or simply by virtue of their magical power in our world is unknown. Regardless of the reason, a demon always attempts to possess a mage when it encounters one, by force or making some kind of deal. Depending on the strength of the mage, should the demon get the upper hand, the result is an unholy union known as an abomination. Abominations have been responsible for some of the worst cataclysms in history, and the notion that some mage in a remote tower could turn into such a creature, unbeknownst to any, was the driving force behind the creation of the Circle of Magi. Thankfully, abominations are rare. The Circle has methods for weeding out those who are too at risk for demonic possession, and scant few mages would give up their free will to submit to such a bond with a demon. But once an abomination is created, it will do its best to create more. Considering that entire squads of Templars have been known to fall at the hands of a single abomination, it is not surprising that the Chantry takes the business of the Circle of Magi very serious indeed. Arcane Horrors. Upon ascending to the second floor of the tower, we were greeted by a gruesome sight. A ragged collection of bones wearing the robes of senior enchanters. I had known her for years and watched her raise countless apprentices. Now she was a mere puppet for some demon. Transcribed by a tale told from the Templar in Antivia's city, 713 Storm. Demons, of course, have no form in our world when they enter, either where the veil is particularly thin, or through blood magic summoning, they must take possession of a body. When a pride demon takes control of the corpse of a mage, an arcane horror is born. Although they appear to be little more than bones, these are fierce creatures possessing not only the spellcasting abilities of a living mage, but also the capacity to heal and even command other animated corpses. Archdemon. In the darkness eternal, they searched for those who had goaded them on until they at last found their prize, their god, their betrayer, the sleeping dragon Dumat, their twisted taint. Twisted, even the false god and whisperer awoke at last in pain and horror and led them to wreak havoc upon all of the nations of the world, the first blight. Therones 8-7. False dragon gods of Tevinter Imperium lie buried deep within the earth, where they have been imprisoned since the Maker cast them down. No one knows what drives the Darkspawn and in their relentless search for the sleeping old gods. Perhaps it is instincts as moths will fly into a torch of flames. Perhaps there is some remnants of desire for vengeance upon the ones who goaded their magisters to assault heaven. Whatever the reason, when the Darkspawn find one of these ancient dragons, it is immediately afflicted by the taint. It awakens twisted and corrupted and leads the Darkspawn in a full-scale invasion of the land. A blight. Ashwraith. Legend has it when Andraste's ashes were taken into hiding, some of her closest disciples gave themselves to the fire, that their restless souls might remain to guard her final resting place forever. Whether they are spirits of Andraste's disciples or merely Fade spirits, the temple that houses Sacred Urn is filled with wraiths created from a burnt corpse. An Ash Wraith is a powerful amorphous opponent, able to lash and smother while even being immune to most physical attacks. Even if it is successfully dispersed, it can reform at a later time. Magic is the only real way to fight such a creature, wind and ice attacks being the most useful. They are capable of creating a small whirlwinds that are devastating to anyone unfortunate enough to get close, and their touch leaves a person drained. Bear. No beast is more beloved by Dirthamin than the bear. When the world was new, Dirthamin gave the secret to each creature to keep. Foxes traded their secrets to the Androla for wings. The hares shouted theirs to the treetops. The birds sold theirs for gold and silver. Only the bears kept Dirthamin's gift deep within their dens. They slept months away in the company of their secrets and nothing else. When Dirthamin discovered what had been done with his gifts, he snatched the wings from the foxes, silenced the voices of the hares, and turned the birds into paupers. But the bears he honored for their steadfastness. Transcribed from the Dalish Tale, 9-8 Dragon. Normally it is almost unheard of for bears to attack travelers. They are, in fact, so shy and so inactive during the day that most people never encounter a bear at all. However, should a bear be provoked, they are remarkably dangerous. Normally, the placid seeming creatures have become enraged and can strike massive blows with their paws, capable of knocking a man off his feet. Corpse. To anyone who doubts the wickedness of blood magic, I say, with your own hands, strike down the corpses of your own brother who have fallen in battle to Melfikar. Then we may discuss morality. Knight Commander Benedictus, in a letter to the Divine, 546, Exalted. Walking Dead are not as superstitious are wont to believe. The living come back for revenge. They are rather corpses possessed by demons. The shambling corpse controlled by a demon of sloth causes enemies to become weak and fatigued. Corpses are possessed by rage demons to go berserk and simply wade into their opponents mindlessly. Devouring corpses are held by hunger demons and feed upon the living. The most powerful demons rarely deign to possess a dead host. Desire demon. In all my studies, I must say that the most intriguing was my interview with the Desire demon. The creature was willing to speak with me was a sign that this was no mere monster, mindlessly driven by its nature, but rather a rational being, as it was interested in me, as I was in it. It took a form that I would call female, though I had no doubt that it would appear otherwise. I wonder if it appeared as it did because I wanted it to, or because I expected it to. She, and indeed I could only think of her as such now, smiled warmly and laughed, a musical sound that only seemed to thrill my old heart. I was so frightened was I of this creature's legendary abilities to twist the hearts of men, and so relieved was I when I looked across the table into her dark eyes. This was a fearsome creature of the Fade, but as I spoke with her, I slowly came to realize that this demon was merely as misunderstood as we are mages ourselves. From the journal of our former senior enchanter, Malus, once of the Circle of Yvonne, declared apostate in 920 Dragon. Of all the threats from beyond the veil, few are more insidious and deceptively deadly than the Desire demon. In folklore, such demons are characterized as peddlers of lust, luring their prey into a sexual encounter, only be slain at the culmination. While a Desire demon can indeed deal in pleasure, in truth they deal with any manner of desire that humans can possess: wealth, power, beauty, to name a few. Far more intelligent than the bestial hunger and rage demons, and more ambitious than the demons of sloth, these dark spirits are among the most skilled at tempting mages into possession. Many who serve the whims of a Desire demon never realize it. They are manipulated by illusions and deceit, if not outright mind control. Although these demons are reluctant to resort to crude measures, instead they seem to take great pleasure in corruption. The greater the deceit, the greater their victory. Only demons of pride prove more fearsome opponents when roused. Their abilities affect the mind, allow them to assume disguises, even alter the environment to their purposes, not to mention the great strength and speed they possess if they should have resort to more physical means. Most often, a desire demon will attempt to bargain its way to freedom. If overpowered, many stories exist that depict the mages defeating desire demons to the point where a wish can be wrested from them. It should be noticed that in such stories, the demon almost always gets the upper hand, even when the mage thinks his wish has been granted. Dragons. Drakes. Male dragons never develop into winged monsters of myth. At most, their forelegs grow to the bestial spurs where wing membrane might have been. Once fully mature, males immediately seek out the lairs of adult females. When they find one, they move into her lair, and spend the rest of their lives there, hunting for her and defending her young. They will aggressively defend her nest, and many would-be dragon hunters have been lost to their fiery breath and crushing blows from their tails. Genlock. These are the most common darkspawn in the underground. Stocky and tough, Genlocks are notoriously difficult to kill even by magic. Alphas. In any group of Genlock, there is usually one who is dominant, as the tallest, strongest, and smartest. Alphas serve as sort of a commander, directing or bullying the others in combat. Emissaries. The most intelligent of the alphas become gifted sorcerers, with many abilities akin to blood magic. These are the emissaries and are usually only appear during a blight. Ghoul. What the blight does not destroy, it corrupts. Any creature infected with darkspawn taint does not have a good fortune to die outright, becomes a ghoul, a twisted shadow of itself. The name originally comes from men, whether human, dwarven, or elven, who had become tainted, usually while being held as a captive food source by the darkspawn. They would turn cannibal, preying on other captives, slaves, and to the will of the archdemon, driven mad by pain. During a blight, the corruption of the darkspawn spreads through the wilder areas of Thendas and infects the animals found there. This produces a grotesque enraged bears called Bearscarn, as well as blight wolves. Fortunately, ghouls rarely survive their corruption for long. Hurlock. Taller than their Genlock cousins, the Hurlocks are roughly human size, but are possessed of considerable strength and constitution. The shock troop of the Darkspawn, a single berserking Hurlock, can be a match for numerous opponents at once. Opponents? Yeah, we'll go with that. They are known to adorn themselves with roughly carved tattoos to keep track of their kills and deeds, though it is unknown whether or not there is a uniform standard to these markings. Alpha Hurlocks are more intelligent and more skilled fighters, often serving as generals, as commanders, or even generals. Hurlock emissaries have also been known to appear during a blight. These darkspawns are the only ones recorded of being capable of human speech and are often capable of employing magic. Malbari Warhound. Dogs are an essential part of Ferelden culture, and no dog is more prized than the Malbari. The breed is as old as myth. They said to have been bred from the wolves who served Dane, prized for their intelligence and loyalty. These dogs are more than mere weapons or status symbols. The hounds chose their masters and pair with them for life. To be a master of a Malbari anywhere in Ferelden is to be recognized instantly as a person of worth. Malbari are an essential part of Ferelden military strategy. Trained hounds can easily pull knights from horseback or break lines of pikemen, and the sight and sound of waves of war dogs howling and snarling has been known to cause panic among even the most hardened of infantry soldiers. Ogre. Towering over their darkspawn kin, massive ogres are a rare sight only on the battlefield. Traditionally, they only appear during a blight, but some records claim that ogres have been spotted in the deep roads, hunting alone or in small groups. At least one report by the Grey Wardens claimed that an ogre was spotted alone in the Kokari Wilds in 919 Dragon. Though it was weakened and easily dispatched, up to 100 of these creatures can accompany a darkspawn horde at any one time during a blight, often using their great strength to burst through fortifications and demolish the front lines of the opposing army. They use brute force to charge their enemies like bulls and slam the ground with their fists to shake enemies off their feet and hurl giant rocks into the face of oncoming foes. Melee can be difficult against against a giant that snatches a warrior up in one hand, crushing the life out of him, or beating him into oblivion with the other hand. The nimble can try to wiggle his way free, or an ally can attempt an array of stunning blows on an ogre to free the combat in danger. Grey Warden lore urges caution when slaying an ogre, unless it is ensured that they have received a major wound to the head or the heart. It is possible that they are lying dormant and will regenerate to full health within a matter of minutes. During a blight, most Grey Wardens recommend burning all Darkspawn ashes, dead ogres in particular. Rage Demon. Encountered in the Fade, the true form of a Rage Demon is a frightening sight. A thing made of pure fire. Its body seemingly made amorphous lava, and its eyes are two pinpricks of baleful light radiating from its core. The abilities of such a demon on the fire it generates burns those who come near, as the most powerful of its kind are able to lash out with bolts and fire, and even firestorms that can affect entire areas. Fortunately, even powerful rage demons are less intelligent than other varieties. Their tactics are simple. Attack an enemy on sight with as much force as possible until it perishes. Some rage demons carry over into their heat-based abilities into possessed hosts, but otherwise, the true form is mostly seen outside of the Fade when it is specifically being summoned by a mage to do his bidding. Rat. What, are you mad? Even the most giant rats isn't going to present that much of a problem to anyone larger than a cat. Even the stories in the archives that tell of blight-touched rats still only attributed them to the ability to spread the plague. The rats themselves have got no larger than perhaps 3 feet in length and covered in sharp... Oops. I accidentally hit the button. 3 feet in length, covered in sharp, bony spikes and boils. Disturbing, certainly, but dangerous? This is no fantasy conjured by madmen, young man. You have much more important creatures to concern yourself with. Transcript of a lecture given to Nalia, Senior Enchanter of Husberg, 844 Blessed. Note that she was later eaten by a blight rot at 846 Blessed. Shade. It has often been suggested that the only way for a demon to affect the world of living is by possessing a living, or once living body. But this is not always true. Indeed, a shade is one such creature, a demon in its true form that is adapted to the world around it. My hypothesis is this. We already know that many demons come confused when they pass through the veil into our world. They are unable to tell the living from dead. The very static nature of our universe being confused to a creature is accustomed to a physically defined, entirely emotion and memory. Most demons seek to immediately seize upon anything that they perceive as life. Jealousy attempting to possess it, but what of those that do not? What of those that encounter no life or fail to possess a body? What of those that are more cautious by their natures? These demons watch, they lurk, they envy. In time, such a demon will learn to drain the energy from the psyche of those encounters, just as it did the Fade. Once it has drained enough, it has the power to manifest and will forever after be known as a shade. Such creature spurns possession. It instead floats as a shadow across its piece of land, preying upon the psyche of any who cross its path. Perhaps it is still... Perhaps it believes itself still in the Fade. There's evidence to believe that this is so. A shade will weaken the living, but by its very proximity. If it focuses its will, it can drain a single target very quickly. Some have even been known to assault the minds of a living victim, causing confusion or horror and making the target ripe for the kill. The tragedy of a shade is perhaps that once it has drained a target whole, its appetite is only heightened rather than slaked. From the journal of a former senior enchanter, Malus, one circle of Yvonne declared apostate in 920 Dragon Age. Shriek. Scholars call these tall, lean darkspawn the Sharlock, although they are more popularly known as shrieks because of the ear-splitting cries they emit in battle. Many tales exist of soldiers being unnerved by the sound of approaching shrieks. Cloaked in darkness, they never seen until the moment they strike. As horrors of the night, shrieks are renowned by their incredible speed and agility as well as their stealth. They are assassins of the Darkspawn, penetrating the enemy lines and striking their targets using long, jagged blades attached to their forearms to rip their opponents to shreds in seconds. They have been known to employ poison and often drawn from their own blood, and have demonstrated cunning group tactics when attacking in numbers. Skeleton. The demons of the Fade are jealous of living beings because they sense them from across the veil. They constantly push against the boundaries of the Fade, and when they attempt to finally cross over, they attempt to possess the first living creature they see. They are unable, however, to distinguish that which was once living from what still is, in fact, a corpse. Provides an even more tempting target to a weaker demon, as it has no will with which to resist the possession. The demon cannot rationalize why this is so. It can only see a target and grasp the opportunity. The skeleton is exactly that, a corpse animated by a possessing demon. Upon finding itself trapped within a body that cannot sustain it, the demon is driven insane. It seeks to destroy any life it encounters, attacking without thought to its own welfare. The exact names given to the skeletons of this type vary according to the nature of the demon that possesses it. A fanged skeleton is a skeleton that is possessed by a hunger demon. These skeletons devour whatever life they encounter, and often possess the ability to drain life energy and mana from their victims. A shambling skeleton is a slower-moving skeleton possessed by a sloth demon, able to bring entropic powers against its opponents, slowing them and even putting them to sleep. More powerful demons have been known to command skeletons, but at the level they are known by other names, revenants and arcane horrors, to name two. Giant spiders. Giant spiders tend to appear in old ruins and other places where the veil has become thin because magical disturbances or a greater number of deaths in such places, and spirits and demons pass into the world of the living, attempt to take over living beings, spiders among them. Not all scholars accept this explanation for the presence of these beasts. However, some claim that the thinning veil allows magic to, quote-unquote, leak from the Fade, tainting such creatures as these spiders to transform into larger and more potent creatures than they ever would become naturally. While such spiders are known to possess powerful poisons and the ability to fling their webs at opponents in combat, studies of them have been few and the full range of their abilities are unknown. Corrupted spiders are giant arachnids that originally grew up in the depths of the deep roads, feeding on numerous species of large bats. When the deep roads were lost to the Darkspawn, they began to feed on the numerous glenlocks, and their numbers began to grow exponentially, as did their size. The Darkspawn taint has become a permanent part of their system. Passed on to their progeny, this had the effect of increasing their size abnormally, as well as their aggressiveness. Some corrupted spiders have made lairs in the surface forest, but most remain underground, making close to their blight-tainted meals. Wolf. It is rather unfair that the reputation of the wolf possesses in Ferelden for a people that so clearly adore their hounds. Ferelden simultaneously harbor a distrust of wolves that borders on unreasonable that is, if one were not familiar with the ancient legends regarding werewolves. There was a time in Ferelden's past when demons inhabited the bodies of wolves in great numbers, causing wars against werewolves and spreading great fear and panic. The werewolves are slain, but even the noble wolf is still looked upon in distrust. From the Legends of Ferelden by Mother Alice of Denerim, 910 Dragon. An attack by wolves upon civilized folk happens rarely, and often only in times of desperation. Even then, only when the wolves have the advantage of numbers. This can change during a blight. When the Darkspawn raise into the surface, their presence dramatically alters the savage nature of normal beasts. In Blight's past, as the corruption of the Darkspawn spread through the wider areas of Thedas, it would infect the animals found there, and the more powerful of them would survive and be transformed into more vicious and dangerous beasts. A blight wolf is one such example. Mad with the pain of its infection, and only through the overriding command of the Darkspawn does it retain some of semblance of its pack instincts. Blight wolves are always found in large groups and will tend to overwhelm a single target if they can. Using their numbers to their advantage, it is fortunate that these creatures rarely survive their corruption for very long. Malbari dominance. Malbari hounds are descended from pack hunters, and like their ancestors, are highly influenced by the defined order of dominance. The primary method of determining that order is by claiming territory through scent marking major landmarks. Once established, the dominant Malbari gains a substantial increase in confidence and stature within his territory, a trait that indirectly benefits the master as well as hound. Okay. We have gotten through creatures. We still have a lot more. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 more. One stretch. Some of these might not be that long, but we'll see. Havard's Aegis. Havard was Malfarath's closest friends. They were children together in the same Avar clan. They fought side by side in so many battles that Malfarath dubbed him Havard the Aegis, better to have at his side than any shield. Malfarath brought Havard with him to meet the Defenders, and was unthinkable to stand before his enemies without his Aegis. When he understood that Malfarath was giving Andraste over to be executed, Havard, unwilling to draw swords against his friend and liege, placed himself between Andraste and the Teventer soldiers. The Teventers struck him down, and Malfarath left him for dead. But Aegis was not so easily destroyed. Havard lived and made his way, gravely wounded, to the gates of Minrathros to stop the execution. Too late, he found only the ashes of the prophet left to the wind and rain. When his fingers touched the ash, his ears filled with song. He saw a vision of Andraste dressed in cloth of starlight. She knelt at his side, saying, "Rise, Aegis of Faith. The Maker shall never forget you so long as I remember." His wounds healed instantly, and with new strength, Havard gathered up Andraste's remains and carried them safely back to the lands of Almari. Magic and religion. Andraste, the bride of the Maker. There was once a tiny fishing village on the waking sea that set upon the Deventer Imperium, which enslaved villagers to be sold by the markets of Minrathos, leaving behind only the old and infirm. One of the captives was the child Andraste. She was raised in slavery in a foreign land. She escaped and made the long and treacherous journey back to her homeland alone. She rose from nothing to be the wife of Almari the warlord, an Almari warlord. Each day she sang to the gods, asking them to help her people who remained slaves in the Teventer. The false gods of the mountains and winds did not answer her, but the true God did. The Maker spoke. He showed her all the works of his hands, the Fade, the world, the creatures therein. He showed her how her men had forgotten him, lashing devotion upon mute idols and demons, and how he had left them to their fate. But her voice had reached him, and so captivated him, that he offered her a place at his side, so that she might rule all of creation. But Andraste would not forsake her people. She begged the Maker to return to save his children from the cruelty of the Imperium. Reluctantly, the Maker agreed to give man another chance. Andraste went back to her husband Malfarath and told him all that the Maker had revealed to her. Together they rallied the Almari and marched forth against the mage lords of the Imperium, and the Maker was with them. The Maker's sword was creation itself, fire and flood, famine and earthquake. Everywhere they went, Andraste sang to the people of the Maker, and they heard her. The ranks of Andraste's followers grew until they were a vast tide washing over the Imperium. And when Malfarath saw the people loved Andraste and not him, a worm grew within his heart, gnawing on it. At last the armies of Andraste, Malfarath stood before the very gates of Minrathos, but Andraste was not with them. For Malfarath had schemed in secret to hand Andraste over to the Tevinter. For this, the Archon would give Mathrath all the lands south of the Waking Sea. And so, before all the armies of the Almari and Tevinter, Andraste was tied to the stake and burned, while her earthly husband turned his armies aside and did nothing, for his heart had been devoured. But he watched the pyre. The Archon softened. He took pity on Andraste and drew his sword, and granted her the mercy of a quick death. The Maker wept for his beloved, cursed Mathrath, cursed mankind for their betrayal, and turned once again from creation, taking only Andraste with him. And Our Lady still sits as a side, where she still urges him to take pity on his children. From the Sermons of Justina II. The Chant of Light, the Blight. No matter the power, their triumphs, the mage lords of Tevinter were men doomed to die. Then a voice whispered within their hearts, "Shall you surrender your power to time like the beasts of fields? You are the lords of earth. Go forth and claim the empty throne of heavens and be God." In secret they worked, magic upon magic, all their power and their vanity. They turned against the veil until at last it gave way. Above them a river of light, before them the throne of heaven, waiting, beneath their feet the footprints of the Maker, and all around them echoed a vast silence. But when they took a single step toward the empty throne, a great voice cried out, shaking the very foundations of heaven and earth. And so is the golden city blackened, with each step you take in my hall. Marvel at perfection, for it is fleeting. You have brought sin to heaven and doom upon the world. Violently they were cast down, for no mortal may walk bodily in the realm of dreams, bearing the mark of their crime, bodies so maimed and distorted that none could see them, and know them for men. Deep into the earth they fled, away from the light. In darkness eternal they searched for those who had goaded them on, until they at last found their prize, their god, their betrayer, the sleeping dragon Dumat. Their taint, twisted even the false god and the whisper, awoke at last, in pain and horror led them to wreak havoc upon all the nations of the world, the first blight. From Arandes 8. Commandments of the Maker. These truths the Maker has revealed to me. As there is but one world, one life, one death, there is only one God. He is our Maker. They are sinners who have given their love to false gods. Magic as it exists to serve man, never to rule over him. Foul and corrupt are they, who have taken his gift and turned it against his children. For they shall be named Maleficar, the accursed ones. They shall find no rest in the world or beyond. All men of the work of our Maker's hands, from the lowest slaves to the highest kings, those who bring harm without provocation to at least his children, are hated and cursed by the Maker. Those who bear false witness and work to deceive others know this. There is but one truth, and all things are known to our Maker, and he shall judge their lies. All things in this world are finite, and what one man gains, another has lost. Those who steal from their brothers and sisters do harm their livelihood and their peace of mind. Our Maker sees this with a heavy heart. Transfigurations 1/1-5. The Maker. There is no word for heaven or earth or sea or sky. All that existed was silence. Then the voice of the Maker rang out, the first word, and his word became all that might be. Dream in the idea, hope and fear, endless possibilities, and from it made his firstborn. And he said to them, "In my image I forge you, to you I give dominion over all that exists by your will. May all things be done." Then in the center of heaven he called forth a city with towers of gold, streets with music for cobblestones, and banners which flew without wind. There he dwelled, waiting to see the wonders his children would create. The children of the Maker gathered before his golden throne, and sang hymns of praise unending, but their songs were the songs of the cobblestones. They shone with the golden light reflected from the Maker's throne. They held banners that flew on their own. And the voice of the Maker shook the fade, saying, "In my image I have wrought my firstborn. You have been given dominion over all that exists. By your wills, all things done, yet you do nothing. The realm I have given you is formless, ever-changing. And he knew he had wrought amiss. So the Maker turned from his firstborn, and took from the Fade a measure of its living flesh, and placed it apart from the spirits, and spoke it to it, saying, Here I decree opposition of all things, for earth and sky, for winter and summer, for darkness and light. By my will alone is balance sundered, and the world given new life. And no longer was it a formless, ever-changing, but held fast, immutable, with words for heaven and earth, sea and sky. At last did the Maker did from the living world make men immutable as the substance of earth, with souls made of dream and idea, hope and fear, endless possibilities. Then the Maker said, To you, my second-born, I grant this gift. In your heart shall burn an unquenchable flame, all-consuming and never satisfied. From the Fade I crafted you, and to the Fade you shall return, each night in dreams, that you may always remember me. Then the Maker sealed the gates of the Golden City, and there he dwelled, waiting to see the wonders his children would create. Grandes 5/1-18. Imperial Chantry. Those who would tell you that the Chantry is the same everywhere as it is here, that the divine Val Royale, we'll go with that. Rayu? I'm not quite sure. Reigns supreme in the eyes of the Maker, that this is a fact unquestioned throughout TDS. Do not believe it. The Maker's second commandment, magic must serve man, not rule over him. Excuse me one moment. I do think I need to hydrate. Magic must serve man, not rule over him. Never held the same meaning within the ancient Tevinter Empyrean as it did elsewhere. The Chantry there interpreted the role meaning as mages should never control the minds of other men, and that otherwise the magic should benefit the rulers of men as much as possible. When the clerics of Tevinter altered the Chanto Light to reflect the interpretation of the commandment, the divine and Val Royale ordered the clerics to revert to the original chant. They refused, claiming corruption within the Val Royale. Welcome in, Skywise Stormwolf. It's nice to see and have you here. How are you doing tonight? An argument that grew in 487 Towers. ASMR lore reading. Yeah, kinda. I do like lore reading, but wasn't sure how I was feeling about it today. I'm getting into it now, for sure. The Chantry in Tevinter elected its own legitimate and uncorrupted divine Valhale, who was not only male, but also happened to be one of the most prominent members of the Tevinter Circle of Magi. This black divine was reveled outside of the Tevinter, his existence an offense to the Chantry and Val Royale. After the 4 exultant marches to dislodge these rebels, all that the Chantry and Val Royale accomplished was the cement in separation. While most of the aspects of the Imperial Chantry's teachings are the same, prohibitions against the magic have been weakened, and male priests have become more prevalent in the Circle of Magi. The Circle of Magi today rules the Tevinter directly. Ever since the Archon Normaran, jeez, scared me. Thank you so much, Skywise Stormwolf, for joining the Frost Howlers. It is nice to see and have you here. So definitely sit back, relax, make yourself comfy and cozy in our little den. Got finished playing a few hours of D4. What's D4? Chilling for the rest of the night. Got to level 70. Figured it was a good time to quit. I definitely understand that. Welcome in, welcome in. It's nice to have you here. Definitely make yourself comfy and cozy. Oh, Diablo 4. Gotcha. We're doing some lore reading today because I've been putting it off. And I wasn't sure how long we were going or what. And I figured it was kind of like a good, middle point for us to kind of sit here, do some lore reading. At least do some of it tonight. And we might be able to, we'll either split it or do, all of it tonight. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling as we continue on. Where was I? The Circle of Magi today rules Tevinter directly. ever since Archon Nomoran was elected in 734, stormed directly from the ranks of the enchanters to great applause from the public. He dispensed with the old rules forbidding mages from taking part in politics, and within a century, the true rulers within various imperial houses, the mages, took their places openly within the government, and the imperial divine is now always drawn from the ranks of the first enchanters and operates as divine and grand enchanter both. This is utter hearsay to any member of the chantry outside Tevinter. A return to the days of magisters, which brought the blights down upon us, but it exists even though we have left the Tevinter Imperium to the mercies of the dread Quinari. They still have endured further confrontation between the Black Divine and our so-called White Divine is inevitable. From the Edicts of the Black Divine by Father David Cornelius, 811 blessed. The Fade. The study of the Fade is as old as humankind. For so long as men we have dreamed, we have walked in its twisting paths, sometimes catching a glimpse of the city at its heart, as always as close as our own thoughts, but impossibly separated from our world. The Tevinter Imperium once spent vast fortunes of gold and lyrium and human slaves in an effort to map the terrain of the Fade, an ultimately futile endeavor, although portions of it belong to powerful spirits. All of the Fade is in constant flux. The Imperium succeeded in finding the desperate and ever-shifting realms of a dozen demon lords, as well as cataloging a few hundred types of spirits before they were forced to abandon the project. The relationships of dreamers to the Fade is complex. Even when entering the Fade through the use of lyrium, mortals are not able to control or affect it. The spirits who dwell there, however, can, as the Chantry teaches us, the great flaw of the spirits is that they have neither imagination nor ambition. They create what they see through their sleeping visitors, building elaborate copies of our cities, people, and events, which, like the reflections of mirror, ultimately lack context or life on their own. Even the most powerful demons merely plagiarize the worst thoughts and fears of mortals, and build their realms within no other ambition than to taste life. From Tranquility and the role of the Fade in the human culture by first enchanter Josephus. The Tranquil are the least understood, but most visible members of the Circle. Every city of respectable size boasts a Circle and Magi shop, and every one of these shops is run by a Tranquil proprietor. The name is a misnomer, for they are not tranquil at all. Rather, they are like inanimate objects that speak. If a table wished to sell you an enchanted penknife, you could pass as one of these people. Their eyes are expressionless, their voice monotone. Incomparable craftsmen they might be, but they are hardly the sort of mages to put an ordinary folk at ease. From In Pursuit of Knowledge, The Travels of a Chantry Scholar by Brother Genevetti. Sacred Ashes of Andraste. Only one person witnessed Malfarath's betrayal, Havard the Aegis, a childhood friend of Malfarath. He accompanied his chief to the meeting with the Tevinters, not realizing what was planned. When he understood that Malfarath was giving Andraste over to be executed, Havard, unwilling to draw swords against his friend and liege, placed himself between Andraste and Tevinter soldiers. The Tevinters struck him down and Malfarath left him for dead. Gravely wounded, Havarath made his way to the gates of Milaroth to stop his execution. When he reached it, the terrible deed was already done. The armies on the plains was long since dispersed. Havard, cursing his weakness, gathered the earthly remains of Andraste that had been left to the wind and rain and wept. His fingers touched the pile of ash, his ears filled with songs, and he saw him vision of Andraste, dressed in cloth made of starlight. She knelt at his side, saying, "The Maker shall never forget you so long as I remember." The song faded, but the vision with it, and Havard was alone. But his wounds were healed, and with new strength Havard took up the ashes of Our Lady and bore them back to the lands of Omari. Fearing that Malfarath's supporters would defile them, Havard took took the ashes of Andraste to a secluded place high in the mountains. There he carved from the living rock an urn to hold them. Time passed, and the whereabouts of the urn faded from memories. Perhaps it was the Maker's will that only the most worthy would find his beloved's final resting place. Now that we have only the legends, such as the Chevalier of Lothar, who quested to find the urn to save his dying daughter, either found it in time to cure her, or returned 100 years after her death. The ballads ends less than certain on that point. Okay. Completely reading that wrong. My apologies. From Thedas, Myths and Legends by Brother Gavinti. Culture and history. Oh boy, we're going to have a lot to read here. History of the Dryadens. In the years after following the siege of Soldier's Peak, all those who carried the Dryden name were hunted by King Arlen's forces. Our noble Dryden name was smeared, and all lands and holdings belonging to the Drydens were seized by the crown. The king feared that the rebellion started by Sophia would be kept alive by her loyal friends and family, and anyone with connections to the Drydens suffered greatly. It is wonder then that the few remaining Drydens found themselves with no allies and nowhere to turn. Tobin Dryden, Sophia's brother and guardian of her young son, had no choice but to flee Ferelden. Tobin bought passage to Antiva on a merchant vessel and traveled under the name of Darocher. Once at Antiva, Tobin set about building a new quiet life for himself and his nephew. He started a small business and eventually made a name for himself as a trader. Darocher merchant family prospered under the name, and the name Dryden was almost forgotten. However, in 815 blessed Sylvie, Darocher uncovered old documents belonging to Tobin and pieced together the family's history. In her pride and perhaps her naivete, Sylvie reclaimed the name Dryden and returned to Ferelden. King Arlen lies dead and the Dryden name lives on. Our family has survived, even thrived, since the death of Sophia Dryden. The nobles of Ferelden may still spit on the Dryden name, but we Dryden know that Sophia Dryden was greater than them, almost a queen and the hero of the people of Ferelden. From the personal files of Levi Dryden, merchant. Histories of Soldier's Peak, Chapter 1. Although we were already here, it'll be more in-depth. Welcome in, Kitty Wolf. It's nice seeing have you here. Sit back, relax, make yourself comfy and cozy. We're doing some reading. The Grey Warden base at Soldier's Peak was built in the middle of the Glory Age. Sorry. Words not want to come out. Middle of the Glory Age. Several decades after the Second Blight was ended, before then, Grey Wardens in Ferelden would take up residence in castles and forts that belonged to generous nobles. Good, because you're in bed and need a story. Understandable. That belonged to generous nobles. Warden Commander Gaspar Asturian desired a fortified headquarters where his forces could train and live. He planned that Soldier's Peak would be a city unto itself. The defeat of the Darkspawn and the Archdemons Zazekel, we'll go with that, was fresh in the minds of the Ferelden people, and many were willing to donate gold to build Commander Asturian's forces. Soldier's Peak was fully completed within 10 years and dedicated to the Maker in 934 glory. From the History of the Grey Wardens in Ferelden by Brother Geneviti, Chantry Scholar. As he approached his 60th year, rumors swirled that the corruption of the Warden Commander's Ashton's blood was beginning to take its toll. According to the reports of that time, Commander experienced terrifying waking dreams and heard his name whispered from the dark corners of Soldier's Peak. It is said that Asturian would spend hours locked up alone in the great hall of the base, muttering to himself, though no one was able to make out what he was saying. Many also believed that Asturian began in secret to draw up plans to expand his fortress, adding to it hidden passages and alcoves, all to protect him from the shadows that pursued him. No one knows whether Asturian was able to complete his project for his deterioration No one knows whether Asturian was able to complete his project, for his deterioration had become obvious to anyone who spent any amount of time with him. He was quickly replaced by Warden Commander Frida Hallwick. Asturian was taken to Orzammar, where he submitted to the calling, the last rite of the Grey Wardens, and went to his death with honor. Welcome in, Batham. It's nice to see and have you here. How are you doing tonight? From the History of the Grey Wardens in Ferelden, by Brother Gaventi, Chantry Scholar. Chapter 3. After Asturian's death, the rumors and theories became incredibly outlandish. Thank you for the pets. One of the more ridiculous rumors told of Asturia's infatuation with the elven princess Allura, whom he was trying to resurrect in a secret ritual chamber through the use of blood magic and the princess's favorite food, raspberry jam. Warden Commander Frida Hallwick launched a thorough investigation into Asturian's secret plans, but was unable to uncover any evidence that anything in Soldier's Peak had been changed. Commander Hallwick declared that the rumors about Asturian were a slight on his memory, and that anyone found repeating them would be harshly punished. These stories were thus silenced. Chapter 4. There was one mystery, however, that persisted, and this mystery perplexed even the Commander Hallwick herself. When Commander Asturian went to his calling in the Deep Roads, he did not have in his hands a sword. Asturian's might forged for him only by dwarven smiths and presented him upon the completion of Soldier's Peak, nor did he pass the sword on to any successor or to any Grey Warden. While some maintain that Asturian had simply destroyed the sword in his dotage, others believe that he had stashed it away somewhere in Soldier's Peak. One young warden claimed that Asturian had once grabbed him by the shoulders, fixed him with an unwavering gaze, and said, "The sword will remind you what it is to be a warden. Speak your oath to me. When their shadows come, you must speak with words." What that was supposed to mean was never made clear. From the History of the Grey Wardens in Ferelden, by Brother Gaventi, Chantry Scholar. The Chastened. The Chastened Wilders have lived in the Kokiri Wilds since the first worlds with the Almari, who drove them southward a millennium ago. According to their own lore, they had always been a forest-dwelling people that had adapted quickly to their new home. Game and fish were plentiful in the wetlands, and the Chastened thrived. For a time, they were hill-dwelling Avars. They and the hill-dwelling Avars were the true threats to the northern lowlands. The Defender Imperium had arrived, and was hard-pressed to keep back the waves of invasions from the south and west. The fortress of Ostacar was built specifically to watch over the Chastened hordes venturing north of the tree line. It was not until the legendary warrior Hafter soundly defeated the Chastened in the first half of the Divine Age that the question of their ability to contest the lowlands was settled permanently. The Chastened are considered largely peaceful, though there are ways that are still primitive compared to our own. In the Kokiri Wilds, they live in strange-looking huts built on stilts or even built into the great treetops. They paint their faces and split into small tribes ruled by shamans like those amongst the Avars. There are many tales of the shamans having learned their magic from the witches of the wilds, witches that inspire as much terror as they do awe and gratitude if there is no definitive proof they exist. In particular, the tale of Flemeth, the greatest witch of the wilds, is celebrated amongst all tribes. While there is no way to know how many there are in the wilds today, few travelers that pass through the forest tell of Chasten's eking out an existence even in the frozen wastelands as far as south. One can assume that should the Chastened ever organize themselves once more, we might have reason to fear them here in Ferelden. We ignore them at our peril. From Ferelden, Folklore and History, by Sister Petrine, Chantry Scholar. History of Ferelden, Chapter 1. Ferelden, as we think of it now, did not exist before the Exalted Age. Instead, the valley was divided up into dozens of old Omari clans. They warred constantly with one another over land, honor, and allegiance to the freeholders. And on one notable occasion, given the name given to a favorite Malbari. Then, in the 33rd year of the Exalted Age, Calenhad Thurin became Terran of Denerim, and then everything changed. Your dog's hogging the bed. I'm sorry, Trinetta. We love it when dogs do that. My dog, when she sleeps with me, she's small, but she will take up so much space. So I definitely know what you mean. Most of what we know of the founding of our nation comes from old songs that the bards passed down through the ages. The songs filled with wild exaggerations and outright lies. But this hardly differs from the scholarly papers of some of my contemporaries. There is no agreement among poets or scholars on how he did it. But Calenhad had gained the support of the Circle of Magi, and they crafted for him a suit of silvery white armor that by all accounts repelled both arrow and blade. Calenhad led his army across the valley and captured Redcliffe, one of only 3 men who ever successfully laid siege to that fortress, and presented himself to the bands of the Landsmeet as their king. The poets tell us that every lord knelt before Calenhad without question. The fact that he attended the Landsmeet surrounded by ash warriors and his loyal mages of the Circle is generally omitted from the ballads, however. From Calenhad came the line of Theran kings and queens who reigned uninterrupted until the 44th year of the Blessed Age. Then, when the Orlesian invasion came, the rightful king was forced to flee Denerim, and for 70 years a puppet sat upon the throne. From Ferelden, Folklore and History by Sister Petrine, a Chantry scholar. The occupation was a dark blot on Ferelden's history. Our people, from time immemorial, valued their freedom over all else. Were forced to bow to Orlesian rule. The Emperor declared to our elves property and sold them like cattle. Chevaliers routinely plundered freeholds of coin, food, and women, even women and children, and excused it as taxation. And for 70 years, no landsmeets were held, and for the imperial throne had declared our ancient laws of form treason. King Brandel was one of those who escaped. He tried to organize the other fugitive lords to retake their land, but Brandel was neither clever nor persuasive, and the nobles preferred to take their chances alone. Ferelden might still be a little more than a territory of the Empire, were it not for the fact that his daughter had all the charisma that her loyal father lacked. The rebel queen's rule began with a midnight attack on the Imperial army at Lothering. It was swift and successful, and with their pilfered arms, the rebels began a campaign against the Orlesians in earnest. But the turning point of the war came when a young freeloader joined the Queen's army. The lad Logain Mactur possessed a remarkable talent for strategy and quickly became the favorite advisor of young Prince Merrick. The Queen finally died at the hands of her Orlesian sympathizer, anxious to curry favor with their painted masters, and Merrick took her place as the leader of the rebellion. Logain had become Merrick's right hand, and Merrick and Logain led the rebels in a new campaign against their Orlesian oppressors, culminating in the Battle of Riverdane, where the Chevaliers in Denerim were crushed, with the capital once more in the hands of Fereldans. The battle to free our people was finally over, but the battle to rebuild what had been lost only had just begun. From Ferelden, Folklore and History by Sister Petrine, Chantry Scholar. Culture of Ferelden. Fereldans are a puzzle. As a people, they are one bad day away from reverting to barbarism. They repelled invasions again from the Tevinter during the height of the Imperium, with nothing but dogs and their own obstinate disposition. They're coarse, willful, dirty, or disorganized people who somehow gave rise to our prophet, ushered in an era of an enlightenment and toppled the greatest empire in history. There are few things you can assume safely in dealing with these people. First, they value loyalty above all things, beyond wealth, beyond power, beyond reason. Second, although they have nothing in their entire country which you are able to likely think at all remarkable, they are extremely proud of their accomplishments. Third, if you insult their dogs, they are likely to declare war. And finally, the surest sign that you have underestimated Ferelden's is if you think you have come to understand them. Empress Celine I of Orlais, in a letter to her newly appointed ambassador to Denerim. Dogs of Ferelden. I am frequently asked to explain my travels in other lands, to explain the dogs omnipresent in Ferelden. Inevitably, I tell my foreign questioners that there are no more dogs in my homeland than in their own. Excuse me. In every civilized corner of Thedas, an astute observer will notice dogs employed in hunting game, keeping barns and storehouses free of vermin, herding livestock, guarding homes, and even used as beasts of burden in the mountains. It is simply that Ferelden show appreciation for the work that our dogs do, and perhaps the reason that is tangled up in mythology. For the first man to be named Tern, the hero who united our Almari ancestors to drive back the darkspawn of the Second Blight, was reputed to be the son of a werewolf. Now perhaps this was meant to be some comment on his temperament, or simply a way of making a great man even larger than life. But more than half the noble families of Ferelden claim to be descendants of Hafer, and consequently many of our people believe they have some distant kinship with wolves. It is only good manners to be polite to one's kin. From In Pursuit of Knowledge, The Travels of Chantry Scholar by Brother Gavinti. The Kingdom of Ferelden is the southernmost civilized nation in Thedas. Although some scholars dispute that the claim to civilization is perhaps the most physically isolated in all the kingdoms of Thedas, to the east is the Almanthrian Ocean, to the north of the Waking Sea, and to the south of the Kokiri Wilds, in which the summer months are a vast peat bog, and in the winter become a treacherous labyrinth over iced waterways. The Frostback Mountains guard the western border, and only a narrow plain between the mountains and sea allowed travel between Ferelden and Orlais. Most of the land in the central portion of the kingdom, called Banorn, is open plains, and these are crossed by the remnants of an ancient Tevinter highway that once connected Val Royale with Ostagar. On the edge of the Kokiri Wilds, the western part of Ferelden is dominated by Lake Calenhat, a huge just skip over that one. Filled by the runoff glaciers from nearby mountains, Lake Calenhat is welcome to the famed fortress of Redcliffe, as well as the Circle Tower, which houses Ferelden's Circle of Magi. In the east is the vast Brisilian forest, which the superstitious local profess to be haunted, and from which rises the Dragon's Peak, a solitary mountain that guards the capital city of Denerim. Pursuit of Knowledge, Travels of Chantry Scholar by Brother Gavinti. Politics of Ferelden. To our neighbors, Ferelden seems utterly chaotic. Unlike other monarchy, power does not descend from our throne. Rather, it rises from the support of the freeholders. Each freehold chooses the ban or Arl whom it pays allegiance. Typically, this choice is based on the proximity of the freehold to the Lord's castle, as it is worthless to pay the upkeep of soldiers who will arrive at your land too late to defend it. For most of the part, each generation of freeholders casts his lot with the same ban as their fathers did. But things can and do change. No formal oaths are sworn, and is not unheard of, especially in prickly central Banorn, for bands to court freeloaders away from their neighbors, a practice which inevitably begets feuds that last for ages. Turns arose from amongst the bands, war leaders who God, can't read today. I do apologize. We'll just skip over it. Had grown powerful enough to move their bands to swear fealty to them. There were many turns in the days before King Calenhad, but he succeeded in whittling them down to only 2, Guar in the south, Highever in the north. These turns still hold the oaths of bands and Arls who may call upon in the event of war or disaster. Similarly, the turns still hold responsibility for defending those sworn to them. The Arls were established by the turns, given command of strategic fortresses that could not be overseen by the turns themselves. Unlike turns, the Arls have no bands sworn to them, and are simply somewhat more prestigious bands. The king is, in essence, the most powerful of the turns. Although Denerim was originally the Ternair of the king, it has since been reduced to an Arling, as the king's domain is now all of Ferelden. But even the king's power must come from the bands. Now, nowhere is this more evident than during the Landsmeet, an annual council for which all the nobles of Ferelden gather, held for almost 3,000 years except odd interruptions during blights, invasions, and the sight of a king asking for and working to win the support of lesser men is a source of constant wonder to these foreign ambassadors. From Ferelden Folklore and History, Sister Petrine, Chantry Scholar. Highever. Castle Highever has stood since the Divine Age, when it was not an independent Banorn, but merely an outpost of the growing Banorn of Amaranthine. In the days before Amaranthine became an Arling itself, the outpost of Highever was originally held by the Elstan family, cousins of the Howes, in the ancient towers. Ban Conbar Elstan was murdered by his wife Flemeth, thus ending the bloodline of Conbar's captain of the guard. Sarim Kuzlin took the lands and title. The Kuzlins declared their independence from Amaranthine, starting a war that lasted 30 years. When the dust settled, Highever was on its own and in possession of half the land that once been southwestern Amaranthine. Highever became a Ternair during the Black Age when Helia Kuzlin gathered their lords together under her banner to drive out werewolves out of their lands, earning herself the title of Terina almost as an afterthought. Today, Highever is only one of 2 remaining Terniers, making the Kuzlin family second in rank only to the king. The Kuzlin family, however, was all but wiped out in an unexpected attack by Arl Hal of Amaranthine. The fate of the Ternair is now in question. That is our family. From Ferelden, Folklore and History by Sister Petrine, Chantry Scholar. Lothering. In ancient times, Lothering was a little more than a trading post that served the fortress of Ostergard to the south. Nowadays, it is larger, serving Redcliffe and the community merchants and surface dwarves near Orosmar. Its location on the North Road gives it strategic value, so control of Lothering has historically been a matter of contention between southern Banorn and South Reach Arling. King Calenhad himself has stepped in and awarded the town to South Reach in the Exalted Age, which has largely ended the feud, or at least the appearance of it. In Pursuit of Knowledge, The Travels of Chantry Scholar by Brother Gavinti. King Merrick Theron. It is difficult to separate the man from the myth. The last survivor of the bloodline of King Calenhad, the Silver Knight, Merrick drove the Orlesian forces from Ferelden's borders, reclaimed the throne, and freed our people from the foreign tyranny, all true and larger than life. He was born hiding in Cathral's Crossing to the rebel queen Moira, and grew up in the rebel camps, an outlaw in his own country. When the rebel queen died, Merrick inherited her homeless nobles and malcontents and displaced freeholders, and with the aid of his friends Logain Mactyr, built them into an army. After a pivotal battle of River Dane, Merrick took the throne. He married Rowan, Donard of Rendorn Gurin, Arl Redcliffe, and began the long, slow process of rebuilding everything Orlais had demolished during the 70 years of occupation. From Ferelden, Folklore and History by Sister Petrine, Chantry Scholar. Nobles' families of Ferelden. The occupation left empty castle in its wake. Whole families were butchered in the initial invasion, and all those who couldn't or wouldn't bend knee to the emperor's puppet king were declared traitors and hunted. Many bloodlines ended on the chivalry's blades at the dusty crossroads in forest clearings and or in freeholds. And then there were the turncoats. To curry favor with some of their new masters, some nobles took up arms against their brothers and betrayed and murdered the rebel queen, an act that created more vacant titles and lands. Once King Merrick exacted justice, that Ferelden's did not fall apart after the Orlesians left is a testament to the strength of King Merrick. The old families who still held grudges against and those who had sided with the emperors and those new families that had been granted titles were viewed as interlopers. The landsmeets that followed Merrick's coronation were tense, to say the least. From Ferelden Folklore and History by Sister Petrine, Chantry Scholar. The Grey Wardens. The first Blighted had already raged for 90 years. The world in chaos, a god had arisen, twisted and corrupted. The remaining gods of Tevinter were silent, withdrawn. What writing we have recovered from those times is filled with despair. For everyone had believed that the greatest archons to the lowliest slaves that the world was coming to an end. At Weiship Fortress in the desolate Anderfels, a meeting transpired. The soldiers of the Imperium, seasoned veterans, who had known nothing of their entire lifetimes except hopeless war, came together. When they left Weiship, they had renounced their oaths to the Imperium. They were soldiers no longer. They were Grey Wardens. The Wardens began an aggressive campaign against the Blake, striking back against the Darkspawn, reclaiming lands given up for lost. The Blight was far from over, but their victories brought notice, and soon they received aid from every nation in Thedas. They grew in number as well as reputation. Finally, the year 992, the Tevinter Imperium, upon the Silent Plains, they met the Archdemon Dumat in battle. A third of armies of northern Thedas were lost to the fighting, but Dumat fell and Darkspawn fled back underground. Even that was not the end. The Imperium once revered 7 gods: Dumat, Zatsekal, Toth, Andoril, Ratskael, Luskan, and Earthmail. For as risen as Archdemon and the Grey Wardens have kept watch through the ages, as well aware that peace is fleeting and the war continues until the last of the dragon gods is gone. From Ferelden, Folklore and History by Sister Petrine, Chantry Scholar. Kokari Wilds. It is said that amidst the Black Age, when werewolves stalked lands of Ferelden in numbers that kept every farm holder indoors and a hound on every doorstep, the powerful Ar of Almari peoples stood and declared that he would put an end to the threat. His Arling stood on the border of the dark forest of the southern border of the Ferelden Valley. And he claimed that the werewolves used the forest to launch their midnight assaults on humanity. For 20 years, this Ar led an army of warriors and hounds deep into the forest. In his hunt for werewolves, he slew not only every wolf he came upon, but also every member of this chastened wilder folk. Any one of them, he said, could harbor a demon inside, and thus be a werewolf in disguise. For 20 years, the forest rang with screams and the rivers ran red. The tales say that an old chastened woman found her sons all dead at the Arl's blade. She pulled one of those very blades from the one son's heart and plunged it into her chest, cursing the Arl's name as she did so. Where her blood torched the ground, a mist began to rise. It spread until it was everywhere in the forest. The Arl's army became lost. It is said that they died there. Others say that they wander still. The ruins of his Arlings stand to this day, filled with the ghosts of women waiting eternally for their husbands to return. The forest of legend is, of course, the Kokari Wilds. There are many things about the southern forest as there are shadows, or so the saying goes. The chastened wilder folk have made their homes since the mankind first came to these lands. The wild lands spread far in the south as anyone has ventured, beyond the white mists and vast tracts, snow-white capped mountains and entire fields of ice. It is land too cold for mankind to survive, yet the chasins eke out an existence even there, and tell of horror beyond the wilds that the lowland folk could not begin to comprehend. To most, Ferelden simply ends with the Kokari Wilds. There's nothing beyond. The Wilds is a land of great trees, wet marshes, and dangerous monsters. What more is needed to be said? From the lands of Wilders, Mother Elise, Chantry Scholar, 918 Dragon. Darkspawn. Those who had sought claim to heaven by violence destroyed it. What was? Golden and pure turned black. Those who had once been mage lords, the brightest of their age, were no longer men, but monsters. Garandes, 12:1. Sin was the midwife that ushered the Darkspawn into this world. The Magisters fell from the Golden City, and their fate encompassed all of our worlds, for they were not alone. No one knows where the Darkspawn came from, the dark mockery of men. In the darkest places they thrive. Growing in numbers as a plague of locusts will, in raids they will often take captives, dragging their victims alive into the deep roads. But the most evidence suggests that they are eaten. Like spiders, it seems Darkspawn prefer their food still breathing. Perhaps they are simply spawned by the darkness. Certainly we know that evil has no trouble perpetuating itself. Brain's not working, I'm sorry. The last of the Blight was in the Age of Towers, striking once again at the heart of Tevinter, spreading south into Orlais and east into the free marches. The plague spread as far as Ferelden, but the withering and twisting of the land stopped well beyond our borders. Here, Darkspawn have never been more than the stuff of legend. In the northern lands, however, particularly Tevinter and the Anderfells, they say Darkspawn haunt the hinterlands, preying on outlying farmers and isolated villages, a constant threat. From Ferelden folklore and history by Sister Petrine, Chantry Scholar. Okay. That is culture and history. Woo! Alright, let's see. We have 4 more. I kind of want to take a little bit of a look to kind of see how much is in each of these. I'll have to read over all of these. Some of these are not that long. I might just go over all of them. Spell combinations. Oh, these are just oh, okay. So that's stuff I don't have to necessarily read as much either. And there's only so much here in notes that are actually stuff, because some of these are just credits. Okay, so yeah. You know what? I'm going to take a quick stretch break, fill up my water bottle, because my throat's dry. Take a small, quick little break, and then we will come back, finish reading all the rest of the lore. And we'll get that taken care of today. So I will be back momentarily. Do sit tight, everyone. Definitely grab some popcorn, make yourself comfy and cozy in bed. I will be back momentarily. Alright, I am back. I'm sorry about that. My closest sink was being used, so I had to go downstairs to get more water. But we are back. And I'm sorry, Kitty, that you're having bad asthma. I hope it gets better tonight, so that way you can get some proper rest. But without further delay, we should get finished up with the rest of our lore reading. Alright, Alistair. You know, one good thing about the Blight is how it brings people together. Alistair was a Novus Templar when Duncan recruited him into the Grey Wardens, or rescued him, as Alistair would say. His mother was a serving girl who died when Alistair was very young. He was raised by Eamon Gurin, Earl of Redcliffe, for a time. The Earl's wife, Islode, suspected the reason her husband took an interest in the welfare of the servant's child was that Alistair was Eamon's son. She insisted that the boy be sent away to the Chantry. We have been given the gift of freedom by your forebears. Let us not squander it. The only child of the war hero Logain MacTier, Anora, has never been one to stay quietly in the background. It is common knowledge that in the 5 years Anora and Kaelin held the throne together, she was the one wielding the power. She is held in much higher esteem than her husband by the people of Ferelden, nobility and commoners alike, and commands the respect of even foreign nations, having once inspired Empress Celine of Orlais to declare Anora of Ferelden is a solitary rose among brambles. How does one borrow a lung? Easy, you just take it out of your body. I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, I don't think it necessarily works that well, but you know, we'll go with it. King Kaelin Thurin. I'd hoped for a war like in the tales, a king riding with the fabled Grey Wardens against a tainted god. Son of the legendary King Merrick Terran, Kaelin was the first Ferelden king born into a land free from foreign rule in 2 generations. Since his father's death, he has held the throne alongside his queen Anora. He fell alongside Duncan at Ostagar. Sir Catherine. Some of us know what honor and loyalty are. Catherine came into Logain's service the hard way. She belonged to a poor family and was out doing work on the farm when she saw a man on horseback being attacked by several bandits. She rushed to his assistance and found out belatedly that the man she saved was none other than the great hero Logain. Though she was hardly more than a child, he took her in, offering her a position with his soldiers. She climbed through the ranks through sheer determination, becoming the commander of Merrick's shield, Logain's elite soldiers, and was the proudest moment of her life. Shadow. The Mulberry is clever enough to speak and wise enough to know not to. Goodness gracious, that's a tongue twister. Jesse's Warhound is a pedigree older than Highever, and a penchant for driving cooks into distraction. Duncan. Men and women of every race, warriors and mages, barbarians and kings, the Grey Wardens sacrificed everything to stem the tide of darkness and prevailed. Like many others, Duncan gave up his family name when he joined the ranks of the Wardens, a symbolic gesture of cutting ties. You might say that this was a convenience in this case. However, his mother was from the Anderfelds, his father from the Deventer. His childhood was spent in the free marches and Orlais. His people were everywhere, and his homeland was nowhere. He was given the almost impossible task of leading the Wardens in Ferelden, a kingdom that had thrown the Order out 200 years earlier. Facing local suspicion and hostility, he set out about finding recruits. He was killed in battle against overwhelming numbers of Darkspawn and Ostagar, alongside King Kaelin. Remove lung, I will pay you in cookies. You know what? Fair. Arl Eamon Gurin. Nobility does not exist without obligation. We owe all we have, even our lives, to our land and our people. As the maternal uncle of King Cailan, Arl Eamon is one of the king's most trusted advisor. Redcliffe, while not a large or especially wealthy part of Ferelden, is a critical strategic location. The fortress guards the western pass that leads Orlais, as well as the major trade route with Ozamar, a well-respected man, though not the most charismatic. King Cailan once said of him, "My uncle Eamon is a man everyone thinks well of, when they remember to think of him at all." He felt ill with a mysterious condition that even magic could not treat. Flemeth. We are required to do nothing, at least of all believe. Ages ago, legends Ban Conbar took to wife a beautiful young woman who harbored a secret talent for magic. Flemeth however, and for a time they lived happily, until the arrival of a young poet, Osin, who captured the lady's heart with his verse. They turned to the chastened tribes for help and hid from Conbar's wrath in the wilds, until word came to them that Conbar lay dying. His last wish was to see Flemeth's face one final time. The lovers returned, but it was a trap. Conbar killed Osin and imprisoned Flemeth in the highest tower of the castle. In grief and rage, Flemeth worked a spell to summon a spirit into this world and wreaked vengeance upon her husband. Vengeance she received, but she had not planted. The spirit took possession of her, turning Flemeth into an abomination. A twisted and maddened creature, she slaughtered Conbar and all his men, and fled back to the wilds. For 100 years, Flemeth plotted, stealing men from the chastened to sire monstrous daughters, horrific things that could kill a man with fear. These Kokari witches led an army of chastened tribes from the wilds to strike the Elmari tribes. They were defeated by the hero Cormac, and all of the witches burned, so they say. But even now, wilders whisper that Flemeth lives on in the marsh, and she and her daughters steal those men who come too near. Morgan's mother saved the last great wardens from death at the top of the Tower of Ishal, but who or what Flemeth truly is a mystery. Arl Redenhow. It'll be good to ride into battle once more, won't it, old friend? The Arling of Amaranthine wins along the... Ooh. Corgi, thank you so much for joining the Frost Howlers. It's nice to see and have you here. How are you doing? Definitely sit back, relax, make yourself comfy and cozy in our den. The Arling of Amaranthine winds along sinuous northeastern coast of Ferelden. The waking sea is known to its temper, and storms that sweep in from the warmer northern waters are sudden and brutal. These are the lands of Redenhow. He was born during the occupation, and like many of the nobles at the time, joined Prince Merrick's rebels. He fought alongside young Bryce Cousland, future Turn of Highever, and Leonis Bryland, the future Arl of Southreach. At the bloody Battle of White River, it was the most catastrophic defeat of the entire occupation, which only 50 rebel soldiers escaped alive. Though he was decorated for valor by King Merrick, Howe's abrasive manners have earned him almost universal dislike amongst his peers. When Bryce sent his men to support the king at Ostegars, Howe took it as an opportunity to attack Highever, slaughtering the people there and claiming the lands and tithe as his own. Of all the inhabitants of Castle Cousland, only Jesse survived. Liliana. In the cloister away from the fuss and flurry of the cities, I found peace, and in that stillness I could hear the Maker. A lay sister of the Chantry who can beat the stuffing out of a trained mercenaries would be notable enough, but one who also claims to have been sent to fight the Darkspawn by the Maker himself is unusual, to say the least. She joined Alistair and Jesse in Lothering, and insisted that she would prove useful. There's more to Liliana than had been apparent at Lothering. However, she's spent much of her life as a bard in Orlais. A minstrel assassin spy employed by the nobles of Val Royale in their elaborate games of intrigue. Liliana takes care to honor the Lothering cloister that took her in, and kept symbols of Andraste's blessing close to her heart. Loghain MacTier. Understand this. I brook no threat to this nation from you or anyone. Loghain was born a farmer during a time when his country was under foreign occupation. When he was still a boy, he joined the resistance, where his considerable tactical genius quickly became apparent. He became close friends with Prince Merrick and the last true heir to Ferelden's throne, and together they led the rebels to drive out the forces of the Elysian Empire. Merrick raised his friend to the nobility, and Loghain is now more of a symbol than a man. He represents Ferelden's ideas of hard work and independence. During the Battle of Ostagar, he fled the field, leaving King Cailan and the Grey Wardens to die. He then returned to Denerim and declared himself the regent to his daughter, Queen Anora, demanding that Ferelden follow him against the Darkspawn, upsetting a great many of bands. Morgan. Which of the wilds? Such idle fancies, those legends. You no minds of your own. Of herself, Morgan says little. She does not deny being a witch of the wilds, but beyond that, everything about her is in question. Her mother claims to be Flemeth. If that's true, then Morgan might very well be a powerful witch, for the tales of the daughters of Flemeth tell twisterous, monstrous women who can kill a man with fear. She was made to accompany the surviving Grey Wardens. The payment, Flemeth said, for saving their lives at the Tower of Ishal. Shale. What can I say? I have the heart of stone. The golems of Orzammar once made up the vanguard of the Dwarven army, holding back tides of darkspawn that flowed out of the deep roads, but the art of making them was lost, and many had succumbed to wear damage in battle. Shale has no memories of either the time spent fighting in the deep roads or coming to Hunaleath, only a few spotty and bitter recollections of his last master. Jesse unearthed Shale's control rod and awakened, adding a bitter, malfunctioning golem to the menagerie of companions. 10. Whether you have an enviable memory or a pitiable life, to know nothing of regret. The northern lands are remote, lush jungles that harbor cities rumored to be the most extraordinary ever built. These are the lands of the Quinari, lands that have no foreign eyes ever see. Only stories of the 3 exalted marches waged against giants have reached the south, until the arrival of Sten. The stoic giant in the cage was surely the strangest thing people of Lothering have ever seen, until the blight struck. Ban Tegan Gurren. The Banorn will not bow simply because you demand it. Younger brother to Arl Eamon of Redcliffe and uncle to King Cailan, Tegan holds the Banorn of Ironsphere, a tiny province of Redcliffs squeezed between the Prospect Mountains and Lake Callanhead. Ban Tegan avoids Denerim court except to go hunting with his nephew, and rarely makes himself heard at the landsmeet, preferring to leave politics to his brother. Wyn. I will not lie motionless in a bed with coverlets up to my chin waiting for death to claim me. Wyn's talent became apparent early on, particularly her skill at healing magic. She was well liked by all her mentors, and was recognized as an exceptionally gifted student. Even the Templars who watched her could not deny that she represented the best the Circle had to offer. She was an intelligent young woman who possessed confidence and maturity beyond her years. She spent many years mentoring apprentices within the Circle, and peers thought so highly of her that she was asked to be the first enchanter Irving's successor, but she refused, saying that she had no desire to work in the upper echelons. When word reached the Tower of King Cailan's call to arms, Wyn volunteered to go to Ostagar. Perhaps we'll learn more about Wyn at another point in time. Sophia Dryden. Sophia is Dryden's Ferelden's light, and her most brilliant jewel. Nothing on this earth can ever quench her fire. Arlessa Sophia Dryden was the young Arlen's rival for the throne of Ferelden. Dryden was a strong, charismatic leader with much support from Banorn. When Arlen finally won the crown, Dryden refused to relent. She pushed her claim and was caught and accused of treason. Her sympathizers continued to support her, however, in order to appease them. Dryden was spared execution and forced to join the Grey Wardens instead. Dryden survived the joining and dazzled the Grey Wardens at Soldier's Peak with her leadership skills and charm. She eventually rose through the ranks to become the Warden Commander of Ferelden. Before Commander Dryden, the Grey Wardens were seen as a relic of older time, an unnecessary drain on the nobles' coffers. Dryden, though, with her political connections, reinvigorated the Wardens and rapidly increased their numbers. In the meantime, King Arlen proved himself a devious king, willing to go to brutal lengths to silence his opponents. Arlen's reign of terror grew worse with each passing year, and some bands approached Commander Dryden in desperation, begging her to intercede. She agreed, and thus the rebellion against King Arlen was born. Arlen learned of the rebellion and took steps to end it. He publicly suspended all tithing Grey Wardens and declared that they were no longer welcome in Ferelden. Some of the Wardens, mindful that they were supposed to remain politically neutral, felt disgraced by Dryden's involvement in Ferelden's politics and left her side even as the king's forces lay siege to Soldier's Peak. The siege took months and ended with the death of Sophia Dryden. From the personal files of Levi Dryden, the merchant. Indeed, the King Arlen has driven the Grey Wardens from Ferelden, and after the siege of Soldier's Peak, the base was abandoned. When the Soldier's Peak was finally entered again for the first time in centuries, it was discovered that Sophia Dryden had been possessed by a demon. Okay. That is all the characters we have met so far. Let's go for notes first, because I feel like it'll be shorter. And books and songs seems like it'll be a long one. Kaelin's documents. To His Majesty, King Kaelin of Ferelden. My warden commander assures me that we have faced a blight. This threatens us both, and we must work together to fight it, lest devour it all. Our two nations have not had a happy history, but that is all is history. It is the future that is at stake now. Let us put aside our father's disagreements so that we may secure the future for both of our countries. My chevaliers stand ready and will accompany the Grey Wardens of Orlais to Ferelden. At your word, the might of the Orlais will march to reinforce the Ferelden forces. Sincerely, Empress Celine First. An official letter from Empress Celine Empress Celine First of Orlais to King Kaelin of Ferelden. Your Majesty, my men will arrive as soon as possible to bolster your forces. Make her willing, the blight will be ended before it's begun. Kaelin, I beseech you, as your uncle will not join the Grey Wardens on the field. You cannot afford to take this risk. Ferelden cannot afford it. Let me remind you again that you do not have an heir. Your death, and it pains me to even think of it, would plunge Ferelden into chaos. And yes, perhaps when this is over, you will allow me to bring up the subject of your heir. While son from both the Turin and Mactyr lines would unite Ferelden like no other, we must accept that perhaps this can never be. The Queen approaches her 30th year, and her ability to give you a child lessens with each passing month. I submit to you again that it might be time to put Honora aside. We parted harshly the last time I spoke of this, but it has been a full year since then, and nothing has changed. Please, nephew, consider my words, and Andraste's grace be with you. A letter from Arl Eamon to King Kaelin. We're gonna be jumping all over the place, just because, Kaelin's. This letter appears to have been crumpled, then carefully smoothed out and folded again. Kaelin. The visit to Ferelden will be postponed indefinitely, due to the Darkspawn problem. You understand, of course. The Darkspawn had all timing, don't they? Let us deal with them first. Once that is done, we can discuss the permanent alliance between Orlais and Ferelden. A note written in an uncharacteristically familiar tone from Empress Celine to King Kaelin. So, seems like it might be a fake. Note from the Honeyleaf Village Council. Mistress Matilda. The council has unanimously agreed to put you in charge of decoration for Honeyleaf's upcoming harvest festival. We all adored what you did with the village for the winter solstice. As usual, the statue must be adorned with items that capture the essence of the season. Iris kindly offered the use of her wide-brimmed straw hat with berries and daisies that would love to see it on the statue. Farmer Goodman also donates some of his baby pumpkins. We think a garland of small pumpkins and ribbons draped around the statue's shoulders would be lovely. Whatever you decide will be splendid. I'm sure and we are all looking forward to it. Councilor Murray. Note to Sir Henrik. So many of my fellow knights have been searching for the urn. Surely one of them must have found Brother Gavinti by now. Still, until I hear that all is well, I must proceed as planned. Brother Gavinti holds the key to finding the urn of sacred ashes. We always knew this, but I believe now I now know where Brother Gavinti lies. I have been to his home in Denerim and have found his trail. I'm amazed other knights have not done likewise. Unless they have, no, it is best not to get caught up in the thoughts of conspiracy. Sir Donal awaits my report in Lothering. I must go to him immediately and report what I have learned. Should anyone else find these ramblings, all I ask that he be informed of my fate. I pray that he complete what I cannot. Note from Sir Henrik Redcliffe. Decades-old letter. Madam, I can assure you that the Circle of Magi is not sacrilegious, an institution, and that, indeed, we operate under the supervision of the Chantry. It would make our investigation of your husband's death much easier if you would simply cooperate with us. I'm disappointed to hear that you sold the Golem's activation rod. I understand both it and your husband were of invaluable aid to King Merrick during the war against Orlais. Without the rod, we cannot discern whether Wilhelm's Golem was responsible for his murder. The Golem will simply have to remain where it is unless the villagers can find a means to destroy it. Our condolences to you and your son for your loss. I imagine it is a little consolation to you, but your husband is missed and admired here, and will forever be missed. Maker keep you. First Enchanter Arlen. A letter from Bane Mathuine Wolf. Sophia, Arl Rohan and his family have been slaughtered, even the children. The Rohan lies and the Arling belongs to the crown. For now, Arlen believed Rohan was plotting against him. Rohan criticized the king's spending on Wintersend. That is all. It was an idle word spoken out of turn. The king goes too far, his brain is filled with madness, and he clings to the crown like a drowning man clutches at a straw. Sophia, I beg you, help us. If nothing is done, more will suffer. Your humble servant, Wolf. Avernus's notes. The taint allows to sense darkspawn. The longer we survive with the taint in our blood, the more potent it becomes. Unfortunately, this corruption will eventually overwhelm the warden. Over time, it devours both mind and body, leaving nothing. But what if the spread of corruption could be stopped or contained in some way? What if the warden could become more powerful without having the power to kill him? How great would that power be? Enough to stop the demons? The joining ritual is crude. We take in ourselves the blood of the Darkspawn the most obvious way. Most die of the corruption immediately. It is, after all, poison. There must be some way to refine the joining, isolate the true power that is found within Darkspawn blood, and leave behind the evil that kills us. I can feel the corruption starting to take its toll on my body. I must not succumb. There's much work to be done. Though my magic I've been able to slow is inevitable to spread, not stop completely. I'm starting to hear things, even while awake. A voice, more beautiful than any other, that calls for me from the depths. In my dreams, I see the Black City. I'm drawn towards it. There is something there, an answer to what this taint is. This taint we share with the Darkspawn. From the notes of Avernus. Plea of Commander Althar. Soldier's Peak is more than we bargained for. There's sinister magic working here. The men seeing things cannot tell nightmares from reality. The fallen return to life and attack again and again. We are assaulted by dark creatures and the like of which they've never seen. Whoever is responsible is intent on destroying us all. The King's army and the Grey Warden's board. Send help. We cannot last much longer. Commander Althar. I think we did go over these, but I'll go over those again. I'll go over the quest related stuff before we do that. Okay, we don't have a lot of books and songs. Okay. Oh, Lord. Almost done. Just giving a little bit of a stretch break before we get fully into it. Checking a couple of things one final time. Alright, let's get back to it. Adventures of the Black Fox. Born Lord Remy Vascal in 863, the Black Fox was a dashing thief and rogue who went on to inspire so many tales of his exploits that it is nearly impossible to determine today which are true and which are merely fabricated legends. Despite coming from nobility, he has become something of a hero to the common people. His initial exploits involved ridiculing the tyrannical and powerful Lord Valchevin. Wearing a mask, he would appear in public and disrupt the Lord's plans to point out that the Lord angrily put a huge bounty on the life of this cunning fox, the origin of the nickname which stuck. The primary bounty hunter who took the job, Carlois, ended up becoming Remy's lifelong partner in crime, only after nearly killing him several times. It's one of the most popular tales told in taverns today. The story is often exaggerated to make Remy appear initially buffoonish, until Carlois became so furious at the Black Fox's impeccable ability to survive that the cunning Remy gains the upper hand, which impresses Carlois so much that the bounty hunter joins him. After years of terrorizing the Lord's men and foiling his tax collectors, a favorite pastime of Remy's, according to the Orlesian commoners, Remy was supposedly betrayed by his lover Servana de Montfort. Welcome in, Nighty Mike. I'm doing fine. How are you doing? It is still, well, I guess it's technically Saturday now. But how's it going for you, Nighty? It is 12:32 a.m. Why are you asking if it's still Friday? Happy Saturday. You can say happy Friday. For me, I don't consider it the next day until I go to sleep. So we can pretend it's still Friday. Servina de Montfort, in some versions of the tale, a mage of the circle, no less. And captured after more than a year of torture, Remy was rescued from a prison by his compatriots, including a repentant Servana. Together, they escaped Orlais. In this period, Remy's adventure, he appears almost everywhere in Thedas. As in his legends, he grew more innkeepers and merchants were happy to claim that the Black Fox had visited their village or establishment and performed some legendary feat. If the tales are to be believed, Remy led the Lord's men on a merry chase. He became embroiled in political intrigue in Nervara and was hunted by the crows of Antiva, then kidnapped by a powerful mage in Tevinter. In each situation, Remy escaped death at the last moment, foiled the evildoer, and improved life for the poor and downtrodden. Then, inevitably, he rejoined his band of adventurers and moved on to the next land. His companions, Carlois and Servana, the wise dwarf Bolek, and the tempestuous knight Sir Clementus have spawned their own individual legends over the years. Good. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you too, Nighty Mike. It's nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. The stories agree that at some point the Black Fox disappeared. He and his fellow adventurers voyaged in the heart of Arlathian forest, seeking the sunken city of elves, and never returned. Many more are tales that expand on what ultimately happened to them in that forest, and postulate on how they could someday be rescued. From the Adventures of the Black Fox, Gaston Geralt, 9/11 Dragon. History of the Chantry, Chapter 1. First Blight devastated not only the Tevinter Imperium. Not only had the Darkspawn ravaged the countryside, but the Tevinter citizens had to face the fact that their own gods had turned against them. Dumat, the old god once known as the Dragon of Silence, had risen to silence the world, and despite the frenzied pleas of help, the other old gods did nothing. The people of the Imperium began to questioned their faith, murdering priests and burning temples to punish their gods for not returning help. In those days, even after devastation of the First Blight, the Imperium stretched across the known world, fringed with barbarian tribes. The Imperium was well prepared for invasions. Thank you for the posture check. Well prepared for invasions and attacks from without. Fitting then that the story of its downfall begins from within. Thank you for the posture check again. Easy nighty. I am indeed sitting up straight. Posture level 3. Alright, that's fair. The people of the far northern and eastern reaches of the Imperium rose up against their powerful overlords in rebellion. The Tevinter Magisters summoned demons to put down these small rebellions, leaving corpses to burn as examples to all who would dare revolt. The Imperium began to tear itself apart from within. The throngs of angry and delusioned citizens doing what centuries of opposing armies could not, but the Magisters were confident in their power. They could not imagine surviving a blight only to be destroyed by their own subjects. Even after the blight, Tevinter commanded an army larger than that of any organized nation in Thedas, but that army was scattered and its morale dwindling. The ruin of Tevinter was such that the Almari barbarians who had spread their clans and holds over the wilderness of the Ferelden Valley at the far southeast edge of the Imperium saw weakness in the enemy, and after an age of oppression embarked on a campaign, not only to free their own lands, but to bring down the mighty Tevinter as well. The leaders of that blessed campaign were the great barbarian warlord Mafarath and his wife Andraste. Their dreams and ambitions would change the world forever. From the Tales of Destruction of Thedas by Brother Gaventi, Chantry Scholar. The First Blight. Thedas is a land of fierce diversity, from the assassin princes of Tiva to the fated griffins of Anderfels, but in my travels I have found one tale that unites the people of this land. It is the story of pride and damnation. Although the telling differs, the essence of the tale remains the same. At the height of its power, the Tevinter Imperium stretched over much of Thedas, uniting... Flair, welcome in. It's nice to see and have you here. You caught us in while we're doing a bunch of lore reading. I was gonna be done after this. Get loved on. Well, thank you very much, Flair. Guys, definitely go check out Flair. How was your stream? What were you streaming? It's definitely nice to see you, Flair and friends. Let me give you everyone proper welcome ins after I give Flair his double shout out. Definitely go check out Flair. Good friend of ours. We love him. He's a cool guy. You'll enjoy him. I'm sure of it. Nice as a nerd. I am a nerd. I will fully admit it. But welcome in, Cutie. Sir Goof a lot. Kiba, welcome in. Paramoo World Art. Random Tree of Life. This is the Flair bottom rate. Welcome in, Homeo. It's nice to see and have you here as well. Welcome in, Wasteland. It's nice to see and have you here as well. The Flair what raid? Exactly what it sounds like. Also to Senior Goofalot, Random Tree of Life, Wasteland Waltz. Welcome into the Frost Tower. Sit back, relax, make yourself comfy and cozy in our den. We appreciate having you here. Thank you so much for the follow. It does mean a lot. It does help out a lot. Also, for those of you who may or may not know me, I'm IceWolf, bit of variety streamer over here. We play a lot of old school RPGs, but there's not a whole lot we won't play. We're currently going through some Dragon Age Origins. Saw me last Thursday. Well, it's not nice to see you again. Sorry, my brain is kind of somewhat dying, so I do apologize. Girlerg, thank you so much for joining the Frost Tower. Sit back, relax, make yourself comfy and cozy in our den. We've just been reading for like the last almost 3 hours. So yeah, it's been fun. I mean, it is fun in all seriousness, but it is a lot. But now I feel, well, we'll see how long this reading is. But I was gonna finish up the reading and then be done for the day. But we might go a little longer. So definitely sit back, relax, make yourself comfy and cozy in our little den. We'd love to have you. Definitely make yourself cozy and comfy. And we will get back to where we left off. Actually, I'll just restart. We didn't read too much into the first blight. But back to the first blight. Thank you, Nighty, for the hydrate. I do need that. I'm sure my throat wants to die. Thedas is a land of fierce diversity, from the assassin princes of Antiva to the fated griffins of the Anderfels. But in my travels, I have found one tale that unites the people in this land. It is a story of pride and damnation, and although the telling differs, the essence of the tale remains the same. At the height of its power, the Tevinter Imperium stretched over much of Thedas, united the known world under the rule of the tyrannical magisters. It is said that the old gods whom the magisters worshipped gave them knowledge of blood magic, and the magisters used this forbidden power to cement their rule. The blood of elven slaves and humans alike ran down the imperial altars to fuel magisters' greed, and the tales of their excess so horrifying that one can only be grateful that the blood magic is prohibited today. But all that stands tall must eventually fall. Perhaps they foresaw their ruin, or perhaps their pride knew no bounds. But whatever the reasons, the magisters to open a magical portal into the Golden City at the heart of the Fade. They sought to usurp the Maker's throne, long left untended in the Golden City. After the Maker turned his back on his creations, they would storm heaven itself, for with their power and become gods. It is so much reading, it is. This is what the Chantry, in its oft-exercised tendency to understate, refers to it as the second sin. According to most versions of the tales, magisters did indeed reach the Golden City and walked into the home of the Maker, where no living being before them had dared or been able to tread. But humanity is not meant to walk in heaven. The magisters were wicked with pride and other sins. Their presence tainted, and the Golden City, what was once perfect holy citadel, became a twisted home of darkness and nightmare. The magisters were expelled back through their gateway and cursed for their treachery. As the Golden City had been tainted, so the magisters twisted and transformed things of darkness. The very first of the Darkspawn, the Golden City once became a shining beacon at the heart of the Fade, became a black city, a reminder of all of man's pride has cost. From the Veils of Destruction of Thedas, by Brother Gaventi, Chantry Scholar. Also, Flair, how was your stream? What were you streaming? I can't remember. I know I saw it, but I totally, definitely missed it. Elden Ring, how is that going? Hopefully it was going well. Alright, one of our last notes. Journal of Enchanter Wilhelm. 13 Pultanus, the interrogation of the demon is going well, and is rather fascinating, provided that what it is saying is true. I have sent all of my research so far to the first Enchanter Arden. You mess up reading out loud so bad. I do too. But I think, in a way, doing this all the time has made me better sometimes. I still stutter over myself a lot. It's still an issue, but I think I've gotten better. You'd have to ask Ara. She's been here for a while. Shit! Fun with a group. Kissed your ass. Kicked your ass out for a... God. Exhibit A of me not being able to read. And a lot to learn, but was fun. Also now need to get room for Diablo. Yes, Flair, yes. Absolutely. That's exactly what I said. Where did I leave off? I'll just start over. 13 Pultanus. The interrogation of the demon is going well and rather fascinating. So provided what it is saying is true. I have sent research so far to the first Enchanter of Arden, and while he is concerned about my safety, he does not think there is a reason to stop it just yet. Although All I hope is that the Templars do not discover what I am doing. How will we ever find another way to deal with demonic possession if the Chantry does not let us research? 20. Alus Fiesta. Young Mathis has wandered down here again today, and this time I forgot to leave the barrier up. I believe I will key the defenses to ignore anyone of my blood. I would rather have the boy stumble into the laboratory than have him killed by my forgetfulness. Poor lad, all he wants is to know why his father spends so much time beneath the tower. I'll spend more time with him soon, I swear it. 28. Luviesta. Shale is acting strangely. I wonder if I should discontinue my experiments on it. I'm so near a breakthrough. I'm certain. Perhaps it is best if I focused on the demon. Boing. That's a cute little emote. It's like a little blob. I like it. A little ghosty blob. I like it. So cute. We're not weird. I'm 0% certain. You know what? I mean, I didn't call you weird. Second of Martina Alice. The demon almost managed to get away again. Tricky, I shall have to be more careful. Young Eamon sent a letter asking me to return to Redcliffe. I shall have to consider it soon. 11 Martina Alice. Could it be? What an intriguing discovery. Especially considering that the demon was attempting to keep me from it all costs. Or did it lead me to that information by seeming to deny it from me? I must discover the truth. 19th Umbralia. We'll go with that. I think it is time to dismiss this demon. It's too dangerous for me to continue holding it. And I cannot discount the possibility that it's having some influence over the golem. Or it is my experiments. I will try to deactivate Shale for the time being, then deal with the demon once and for all. Let it end here. There are no further entries. From the Journal of Enchanter Wilhelm Salzbacher. Okay, we got our quest-related notes. I was going to read these next episode, but I'll read them now. I think everyone's liking the read, so we'll continue on. If everyone's liking it, why not, you know? Give me 1 second. Good. I'm glad everyone's liking it. I always worry sometimes that some people will just find it I'm trying to beat the average human attention span. You know what? I feel that. I always kind of wonder and worry that like people won't be interested, but I think people are. So I do appreciate that. It does make it feel worth it to read it, that people like get interested and invested in it. A Pinch of Ashes. Torn from a book on local myths and legends. The Kokari Wilds are rife with legends and myths that have made and confounded scholars since the fall of Ostagar in ancient times. One such mystery lies behind the tale of Estia and Nebanar, two young lovers who lived in Ostagar. The legend says that Estesia grew up in the company of Gazarath, a spirit of the earth bound to an overhang on the bank of a lake in the Kokari Wilds. Gazarath began to fancy her, and they spent much of their days together, talking and laughing. Over the years, however, Astia became a woman and began to seek the company of men. When Astia met Nebanar, the two fell in love, and Astia hoped to bring her lover to see her spirit friend, but the spirit, angered and jealous, bade her be gone. Gazarath told her that she would never see it again until she brought her lover's ashes and sprinkled them over her spot. Astia was horrified and she fled from the enraged spirit, but she began to miss Gazarath, and on the day Nebanar asked her to marry him, she cut her beloved's throat, burned him, and brought his ashes to Gazarath, knowing that their marriage would forever sever ties to her dear spirit friend. There are legends among the Chastened that Gazarath still haunts the lake, and that those who sprinkle the ashes of the deceased lover over the right spot can summon the spirit. In memory of the contract with its beloved Estesia, Gazarath will grant a single wish and then vanish, never to be heard from again. There's a note scribbled in the margin of the page. Marcus, I think that this is real. If you take the ashes I gave you and scatter them over a pile of rocks on an overhang overlooking that half-sunken Teventer dome, maybe Gazrath will appear and give you a wish. If the battle takes you there, I think it's worth a try. Well, thank you, Sir Goofalon. I appreciate that. That's very flattering. Hopping over to mobile. No worries at all, Nighty. Thank you so much. Thank you, Wasteland, for the self-care package. Sitting up straight, stretch, and hydrate. Sorry, trying to make sure I'm not missing any chat either. Letter to Jogby. My dearest son, I think we have read these, but we'll go over them again. We're doing a whole bunch of reading now. We'll do it. We'll just make sure we get everything and we don't miss anything. My dearest son, it pleases me that you wish to follow in my footsteps and bring the Maker's word to the enlightened. I wish you had chosen a less dangerous place to do so. Apologies for leaving so early for the wild, son, but I wanted to set up camp and get things started. Chase and respect one with survival skills in the wild, so I hope to get a grip on that before you arrived. And maybe establish an agreement with a local tribe so that we had friends when you came. When you reach the wilds, you will find it difficult to navigate. I've listed certain landmarks below. If you follow them, they will lead you to the location I've scouted out, where I've left you some supplies. If you're lost, try to get back to that spot. I'll find you. The landmarks are as follows. The beginning at the entrance to the wilds from Ostergard. Look for a tree leaning on a ruined building. Pass under a fallen tree, quote-unquote, bridge. Pass under a submerged tower on the right. Look between a high ruined arch and a mossy standing stone. Walk along a path of roots and stones and look for 2 large statues with a chest between them. There you will find our meeting point. I love you, Jogby, my son. I hope to see you soon. Hate games that have a lot of fancy words. I wouldn't say I hate it, but it does make it more difficult to read out loud. But then again, I've also pretty much grown off. I grew up off of playing like Final Fantasy Tactics, and that's the original Final Fantasy Tactics, kind of almost very broken English, but also like almost Shakespearean-esque, depending on which version you're reading. But I love it. I love to read it, but not necessarily out loud, because it's a lot harder to. Cult of the Lamb. Cult of the Lamb's good, though. But that kind of makes sense. It's religious. And a lot of religious text is, whatchamacallit? Like old speak. Old English and languages. Farewell to Jogby. My dearest son, Jogby. I fear this is the last letter I write to you. I have had difficult finding the Chastened to bring them the Maker's word. I have, however, seen the evidence of their passing. They appear to have left this area in great haste, possibly fleeing the so-called Darkspawn that are rumored to be gathering in the wilds in even greater number. I have left you a weapon and everything else I can spare, my son. I will try to find you once I have found a safe place. I only hope that you'll be safe, and with luck we will meet again. If you see her, tell your mother that I love her and care for our family. Why am I up so late? It's a Friday. Welcome in, Demi. It's nice to see and have you here as well. How are you doing tonight? It's a Friday. It's a weekend, Demi. I can be up. But I'm also looking to do longer streams overall, again. We'll see. Not all the time thing, but, you know, maybe a couple nights here and there. Be that as it may, you're not normally up this late. It depends on stream. I've told myself on Fridays I wanted to go longer. So we've kind of been going a little longer over the last few weeks. Whatever keeps you going. Well, I do appreciate that, Demi. Thank you so much for swinging in. Let's give Demi a little shout out. I really like Dragon Age. I'm typing Dragon Age instead. Demi. This is why I can't type and text at the same time. I was nervous to start it on the channel because it is kind of a little different. It's not like crazy different, but it's a little different. And I wasn't sure, like, I I guess I just had like an overwhelming anxiety, but everyone seems to be enjoying it so far, which I mean helps further and push my enjoyment too. Rigby's last will and testament. To whoever finds this note, the last will and testament of Rigby's the missionary, proud speaker of the Maker's word. I have come to the wilds to speak the chant, but I fear I will die here at the hands of the Darkspawn. I leave all that I came with to my wife, Jeddah. Should the reader of this note feel charitable, I have buried a sealed lockbox in our camp, nestled in the Tevinter ruin in the western reaches of the wilds. It is my will that this lockbox finds my wife in Redcliffe, and that it is still sealed shut when it reaches her. To my wife and son, I apologize that my work has taken me from you, but know that I die in service to the Maker. Signs of the Chastened. Chastened barbarians are nothing if not clever. They have hidden markers and signs in the arrangements of stone and rubbles along the paths of the wild. In this way, they mark trails and note places of interest, and even give warnings in a way that outsiders cannot understand. Interestingly, these markers look indistinguishable from irregular piles of stones. I have dedicated my time deciphering these signs, and I believe I'm close to a breakthrough. The trail markers seem to point to a hoard or a location used for a secret storage among the Chastened. I have found only a portion of the message, however. I think that if I could complete this message and find all the trail markers, I can find this cache to see what the treasure of the Chastened have to hide. I have one such marker near this camp under a fallen tree leaning against the ruins. Each marker seems to point to one or two others. I hear rumors that the Darkspawn horde is coming. I hope I can find this treasure before it's too late. An excerpt from Rigby's field journal. Malthakaram regrets. I won't go back. Let them hunt. Dread finding me. But you, Melise, should not live this life. It would please me if you found a life in the Circle Tower. I left a few things there, mostly stolen from the enchanters. Sell them to fund a new path. The cache is in the study area. Middle alcove. Goodbye. And that is everything of the Codex thus far. Let's see. It is just about 1. Player rated about 20 minutes ago. Wanted to make sure that the raiders, you guys got a little bit of stuff before we're getting ready to raid out. Let's see if, yes. Juniper's raid target is still alive. I think we are going to wrap up here for the night. Let's just say that reading took a lot out of me. And I really do find this to be a better stopping point, because we are currently at a point of everything of whatchamacallit. We just have the main quest to do now. Which, I mean, we will acquire side quests as we go along, but we will figure out where we're going to start first. We'll either go see the Arl Eamon, we'll either go to Orzammar, we'll either go talk to the Dalish Elves, or we'll either go to the Magic Circle. I'm not entirely sure which one we will visit first, but it'll be an interesting time nonetheless. You definitely don't want to miss it. But let me save, because we did just do all that reading. And it doesn't necessarily affect gameplay purposes itself, but it's not a bad idea to save again. But once again, guys, thank you so much for being here with me tonight. I know it was a little bit of a long one and a lot of reading, but I hope you guys definitely did enjoy it as well. As for our raid message, let's go for... Thank you very much, Demi. I appreciate that. Give me 1 second to think of a raid message. Sorry, I can't... There's one thing with me. I can't type and text at this talk. Ugh, God damn it. Can't. Brain, help. Brain, edit, help. Ara. Ara, edit, help. VOD. Ara's asleep right now. But I'll hopefully that'll give her a chuckle. Brain has left the chamber. It did. It did. let's go for heading to recruit an army to fight against the Blight. Now with knowledge of the world. So let's definitely do that. Be sure to grab that raid message. We will be live again tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Tomorrow we are doing some more Disgaea, so that'll be fun and exciting. Do not forget, if you so desire, you are more than welcome to create some characters. I know tomorrow during the day I will have to do a lot of grinding, because we're a little weak right now. But hopefully I can make us strong enough to continue rolling through the game a little bit more. But 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, more Disgaea. And we will be back with more Dragon Age come Tuesday. Final Fantasy VII on Monday. It'll be a fun time. And a casual stream this Sunday. I'm thinking we're going to finally come back to some Stardew. That'll be fun. But until next time, guys, thank you so much for being here with me tonight. I know it was a long one. A lot of reading. But hopefully you guys found it cozy and comfortable. Juniper did ask us to raid Izzy Wolf. So we will go make a new friend today. Perhaps you guys may or may not know them. I am not entirely sure. But I think it'll be a fun time. They look to be playing marbles on stream, so that'll be fun. But until next time, guys, please take care. Have a lovely night. Till then, take care, and bye-bye.